Chapter 2299. Published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:55 and 39 seconds, M. Chapter 2299. Snapped if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2299. Snap. The surroundings seemed to explode with gold dust particles. As though a child had gone too crazy with their arts and crafts project, the depths of space was dyed with a sparkling tapestry. It was a gorgeous sight, unless you were a half-spiritual, in which case it was probably the most devastating conclusion. The fate of other races in the human domain wasn't always horrible, but it wasn't necessarily great either. And despite the words of Locke of the Seared family, those spirituals that impregnated humans didn't usually care for their families very much. Though the term half-spiritual was used, the reality was that most of those that were left behind in the human domain weren't even a quarter spiritual. However, they managed to hold on to most of the power and were quite talented anyway, displaying the kind of strength spiritual bloodlines had, though Lionel had another guess for this. In his opinion, there was probably some strong staying power in terms of the gene of the spirituals that allowed the soul to be born separate from the body. As a result, even when the lineage had long diverged from the original spiritual that had birthed it, the spirituals, or rather half-spirituals, born later still gained almost the same benefits as the original half-spiritual in their line. This, however, wasn't what was important now. To form a power, especially one this strong, while having strong ties to another race was a very daunting task. To stand where they stood today, the half-spirituals of the human domain had faced all sorts of adversity, and their current strength didn't paint an accurate picture of where they had come from. This was the reality of most other races that were a minority in the domain they lived in. The spirituals' religion just happened to be a success story in what was likely a sea of failures. This was all to say that the force art that protected these lands was more important to the spirituals than just the strength it provided. It was security, it was autonomy, it represented to them the hope to make their own choices and lead their own lives. And now it was gone. Off on a distant ship, Yuri stood in silence. She too was a half-spiritual, and she didn't know much about her family at all. For all she knew, someone here was her parent. Not that it mattered much. The only family she cared for now was Aina and her stepfather. Well, maybe she should include that big, lumbering brute too. It was funny, though. She hadn't seen Aina in what felt like years, still not knowing what had happened to her sister. Her stepfather was just as absent. And now that big brute was off fighting with that annoying man up ahead. Yuri shook her head, not quite understanding why she was feeling like this right now. It was more embarrassing than anything else. The fate of the human domain was on the line, and this was what she was thinking about. It's cruel, isn't it? What he's doing to your people. N/0 Velby and Yuri subconsciously nodded. Lionel really was too cruel. He didn't used to be like this. In the past, he was so compassionate, too compassionate. She had known that he carried a hidden sharpness within him, and had been hesitant about her sister falling for him as a result, but she had never thought that it would be so dark, so sinister. As a half-spiritual, she was quite sensitive to such things. As good as Lionel was at reading people, she was quite good as well, and her soul force affinity was exceptionally high. Looking toward Lionel's back in the far-off distance, he just felt like a shroud of evil, wrapped in the cloak of a black dragon of sorts, and carrying all of the creature's worst vices. Wrath, greed, pride. He was the worst kind of leader. His charisma worked well on those he had been manipulating for a very long time, and it even worked well on those who were hyper-intelligent but lacked the sharpness of EQ. But to a person who could read him like she could, he was just a blob of insecurity, of aimless fury, of malice. She was quite powerful by now, no less talented than either James or that Blade girl who turned out to be a spark, or she guessed both of them were sparks now. But Lionel never used her. He was quite vengeful, only because she had treated him a little coolly almost a decade ago now. He never allowed her into the spotlight, never allowed her to help protect the only family she had left, never allowed her to display her strength. The big brute told her that Lionel only made use of people he trusted, and that being used by him was actually a sign of respect and nothing less. But that just made her lip upturn into a sneer. Raj had been manipulated by that man for too long. Since when was being used a sign of respect? Since when was it a sign of trust? But she had grown tired of the argument. She realized that she truly did love Raj. She didn't like seeing the pain in his eyes every time she said something cruel about Lionel. Plus, if not for Lionel, that big brute would be dead, not just once but twice over. Yuri seemed to calm down from the odd voice in her subconscious pokes and prods. She did carry some animosity toward Lionel, but not enough to truly hate him. At worst, they were just on opposing sides and could learn to live with one another. Plus, he had begun to use her now, right? Maybe this was a turn for the better. She looked down at the controls before her. It should be about her turn to act now, right? 3. She counted 2. How could she not take part in such an important mission? What do you think she could be? Something within Yuri snapped. Aina is dead. Chapter 2300. Published at 8th of November, 2023, 6:55 and 28 seconds a.m. Chapter 2300. In the eye if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2300 in the IA, a sharp pang cut into Yuri's heart. Somehow, she inwardly knew that these words were the truth. Her sister had died, and that bastard couldn't even take the time to look her in the eye and tell her that he had failed to protect her. Zero Velb in her eyes brimmed with tears. Her chest felt like it was being ripped apart, and her blood felt like molten metal in her veins, pulsing about and making her organs feel as though they were being seared from the inside out. And yet, that feeling was only a reprieve from the heart-hollowing pain. What was he doing? Couldn't he resurrect everyone else easily? Why hadn't he resurrected Aina? Was he truly that cruel? Yuri grit her teeth so hard she felt as though her jaws alone might shatter this rattling mortal of hers. The cruelty this man was capable of was beyond her expectations. Or was it? This was exactly what she should expect from him. She could still remember those callous eyes. She had known how Lionel would respond to Aina's outpouring before anyone else had. She could feel the darkness within him. That day, on planet Luxnix, when the selection was taking place and Lionel was slotted to battle Aina, she had never expected that Aina would do such a thing, or else she would have done everything in her power to stop her. In the past, she had never made an effort to stop Lionel's attempts at wooing Aina, because she felt that they were people from two different worlds. One was a quarterback, and the other was a 5-star health profession. One had a father born to a world that the other couldn't imagine, and the other was a normal human boy who couldn't even live on the surface. One was a talent destined to bring the Brazinger family to their knees, and the other couldn't even fathom what a family like the Brazinger family was capable of. In her views, he might even become an invalid the moment the metamorphosis descended, and it wouldn't be something to even worry about. But even when he didn't become an invalid, his reaction at seeing Aina kill was all she needed to see. Aina was too focused on revenge for her mother, and there wasn't time to care for all of these other things, especially not the coddling of the feelings of a grown man. However, as time passed, she slipped further and further away, and the feelings of a high school crush she thought would fade with time instead became stronger. It all culminated in that day when Aina told that man the truth, poured out her heart to him, described every secret little moment that she had kept to herself until that moment, secrets that she hadn't even told her own sister. And how had that man responded? So what? Those were his exact words. She could see it coming. She wanted to scream out for Aina to stop, to save those feelings for someone who was worthy, and yet it was already too late. She had to stand there and watch as her sister's heart crumbled to ashes. And then, she watched as that night, she gathered herself up, cleaned away her tears, and put on a dress she didn't even like to wear, just to go and support the man who had ripped her heart out the very next day. Yuri didn't have words for how furious that made her, didn't have the capacity to express exactly how filled with rage and fury she was. She wanted him to die. She wanted his body to be ripped limb from limb, for him to withstand unimaginable torment and spend the rest of his wretched life kneeling before the grave of her sister. The thoughts steamrolled as she imagined what could have happened to Aina. Why would she not be alive if the man had the capability? What cruelty had she experienced? Could he have lashed out at her in rage due to that father of his? Could they have gotten into another argument and he once again cut her off, not worrying for her life and death? What kind of torture had she experienced at his hands? The wild thoughts just kept churning and churning until her entire body seemed to emit a dense, black fog, the forces in her vicinity turning over with an almost solid darkness. Lionel breathed heavily. In order to deal with an existence on the level of this overlord, he had to lean on the dream plane to be able to read and react to her movements. But doing so, while keeping a portion of himself lucid, drained even his vast stores of dream force quickly. The moment he had shattered the large-scale force art, he had felt a wave of fatigue collide into him like a truck. But he had to withstand the assault of the spirituals right afterward. The segmented cube in this state was an excellent force art destroyer, but its defenses still weren't any better. Having thrown himself into the thick of battle, and within the time to reverse knowing that the overlord was already upon him, he had no choice but to stand out and take action himself, pulling on the strength of Raj and the others. Now he had to fight while protecting the segmented cube to his back. Although it would be easier to turn it back into a treasure he could wear as a finger sleeve like he usually did, if he did that he would be cut off from the strength of his squadron of 10, and by then he would find himself dying in a single strike to this enraged overlord. But Lionel wasn't a fool. He had prepared for this exact thing. With the overlord occupied dealing with him, the rest of the spirituals, or rather half-spirituals, were vulnerable. He didn't like relying on Yuri, but she was the only one under his command with the sensory capacity to do this. In addition, as a half-spiritual he had yet to be exposed to be under his command. When she acted, the spiritual's religion wouldn't even see him coming. Lionel's ear twitched, and he sneered inwardly. Here it came. A beam shot over from the distance, and in the next instant, the confident Lionel froze. He looked down at his chest, a blood hole the size of a bowl having formed. Chapter 2301. Published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 27 seconds a.m. Chapter 2301. Heartless Monster. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2301. Heartless Monster. A rush of silence shot through the surroundings. Even the half-spiritual overlord was stunned. That blast hadn't come from one of her people. Their defenses were extremely powerful, but their offenses could only be directed under the hands of a master. This was one of the weaknesses of such large-scale natural formations. However, she was the only one who could control enough of the formation to threaten Lionel's life, and only one person could use the formation at a time on top of that. And since she most definitely hadn't taken action then, and she already knew what the answer was. Someone on Lionel's side had actually betrayed him. Despite the situation, she was too stunned to speak, and happiness wasn't her immediate emotion. There was something sad about seeing a genius like this fall. Even during this battle, she had mostly wanted to capture Lionel and deal with him. She had some inkling about the kind of trouble that was coming over the horizon, and people like Lionel were the kind they needed. It was just that his edge was far too sharp. But now, she looked at the hole that had gone through Lionel's chest and watched as his life began to fade. Even after several moments, she didn't know what to do, and because she hadn't done anything, the other half-spirituals didn't do anything either. Of course, they didn't feel the same way as their overlord did. They only didn't move out of respect for her. If it was up to them, maybe they would have acted to cut Lionel's corpse into bloody ribbons, just to make sure that he really was dead. Despite the fact Lionel was now gone, he had left them vulnerable. His death didn't even feel worth it. Just how much effort had they put into making it to this point? And now the formation their ancestors had put their blood, sweat, and tears into was no more. Would they even have the same standing in the human domain any longer? What about when the other races recovered and began their attack once more? The more they thought about it, the more enraged they were at the dead Lionel. They felt that his death had been too easy. Plus, a man who would be betrayed by his own people had a character that spoke for itself. If he could be cut down at such a time, how could even a good, noble leader? Whether it was he or his father, neither were good people. Within the Morales army, the shock was palpable. They had gotten used to Lionel being infallible. They had gotten used to being infallible themselves as well. Even after so many died under the attacks of the Overlord, they felt nothing. After all, Lionel would just resurrect them later, and everything would be fine, just like before. But now that Lionel was dead, didn't that mean that all their comrades were dead as well? And what about the future of the Morales? This was a patriarch that had accomplished so much in a short time. Was his life really going to be cut short like this? Was that you? In a corner, hushed voices spoke. No, I didn't take action. That kid practically has 1,000 eyes. It feels like nothing escapes his vision. I wouldn't try to use such a simple ploy to deal with him. But maybe I just overestimated him. Then who? The two looked toward a region. The beams were too fast, and they were all focused on the battle. Only the starships in the immediate vicinity would know exactly which starship had fired, and it wouldn't be long before they reacted. As expected, after a brief pause, the starships in the vicinity all backed away and aimed their cannons toward the same exact location. There was no doubt who had taken action now. It's her? According to our intelligence. Isn't she the sister of the first Nova's woman? How could she be the one to betray him? They had all made the same assumption. It only made sense that Lionel had given such an important task to this person. He was aware that there were hidden means within the Morales family that hadn't exposed themselves to him just yet, so he would only trust those closest to him to act as he wanted them to. But now, Yuri gripped the controls, her fury still boiling. In fact, she was furious that she could only kill Lionel like this. He deserved much worse, far worse. However, just as she was thinking this, the skies crackled and boomed, countless shimmering blue shields the size of planets appearing around the two armies. Shield cross stars had appeared, and even several of their cross elders had as well. It was clear what their goal was. In order to jump so far through space and appear so immediately, it would have cost a significant amount of energy remaining in the fusion cores of their starships, upwards of at least 10%, which was worth years of function. There is only one reason they would make such a big move. They wanted to deal a devastating blow to the Morales. The half-spiritual Overlord frowned. She didn't believe for a single moment that they would dare to act so boldly in her territory if their formation hadn't crumbled. In fact, such a large jump through space wouldn't have even worked without it. She sent a gaze toward Lionel's corpse. Even dead, this boy was causing her so many problems. The spiritual's religion was its own thorn in the eyes of the cult and shield cross stars. It was a link between the spirituals and the human race that many weren't aware of, but these powers definitely would be. It seemed that the calamity of her spiritual's religion hadn't come to an end just yet. Overlord Vega stood at the helm of a Tier 1 starship. She was ready for any contingency plans the Morales might have. She didn't believe that they would send a junior to handle all of their problems like this. The ancestors were probably just a thought away, and truthfully, she hoped they would appear. That would help her to deal with all of these problems in a single sweep. The Morales, as presently constructed, didn't need to exist. Their constellation, however, that was far more interesting. As for the spiritual religion, she knew of their connection to the Suyard family, and she knew that there was another hand making moves in the shadows. It was best if they were crippled as well. She had to thank Lionel for making things so easy on her. "You're welcome." A voice suddenly echoed in her mind that made her freeze. Lionel's corpse suddenly gripped its fist, and the sparkling streams of golden dust stopped dispersing into the depths of space and formed a barrier that solidified around the entire battlefield, trapping shield cross stars within. Overlord Vega immediately tried to activate the mass teleportation of the starships, reacting more quickly than even more ancestors should be capable of, but it was useless. Once again, the spatial lock on the region had returned, and they were trapped. The dead. Lionel slowly rose, the hole in his chest seemingly not impacting him in the slightest. He was already a heartless monster. He might as well look the part. Erdiel's note, bitch didn't even hesitate to betray him, LMFAO, and she wonders why he doesn't trust her. Chapter 2302. Published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 26 seconds a.m. Chapter 2302. Lionel's web. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 2302. Lionel's web's plot was quite simple, truth be told. Well, at least it was simple to Lionel. The actual thought required not only a deep understanding of his own people, but also how the enemy might be reading and reacting to his actions, the latter of which probably seemed far more difficult, when in reality both took quite a bit. After all, he had to understand his own people intimately, and often, the closer you were to a person, the easier it was to shroud their true intentions or what their weaknesses were in your mind. Lionel had known from the beginning that his entering the dream plane couldn't be hidden, and this wasn't quite his fault. N-0 Velbin for one. In a world where so few had the ability, any new addition would be immediately sensed. Secondly, there's the fact that just by giving him a warning, Max was exposing Lionel to the elements. As such, Lionel had lost the right to work from the shadows from the very beginning, and he had to approach this in a different way. Since everyone thought him to be an arrogant young boy who thought too much of himself, why not play the part? After just a moment, he made the choice to not only not make a foolish attempt to hide himself from the world, but he also pushed it to the max, leaking out his aura any and everywhere and arrogantly making his presence known. To Vega, he probably seemed like a brash idiot whose dream force control was limited and crude. Of course, his dream force control truly was like that, at least compared to experts like Vega. He had great talent in dream force, but he didn't have the systematic training that those of the Dream Pavilion had, and he was almost entirely self-taught considering just how rare dream force affinities were in this world. That only made his ploy all the easier, but this was only the first part. None of this was enough to lure Vega in, or more accurately, none of it was enough for him to lure her into a situation where he had the de facto upper hand. That was where the latter stages of his plan began. The first leg came from the information he had gathered. He might have released Amory, but that didn't mean that he hadn't gotten anything out of him, and the information he did have wasn't restricted to the Seward family either. As the fiancé to the heiress of the half-spirituals, how could Amory not have some information about his in-laws? Of course, this information was scarce, but it was enough for Lionel to be aware of the large-scale formation that protected the spirituals and also be aware of some of its baser functions, like the ability to lock down space. And then it came down to how he would use that information. He had learned from his 7 memory wells that he had absorbed just how useful the dream plane could be. It wasn't just about gathering up clues and knowledge while others were unsuspecting, but it could also be used to subtly suggest people. Of course, this wasn't an ability that could be used casually unless one had the ability index to match it, and even then it was hard to change a powerful person's mind. That meant you had to prey on their basal instincts, pulling at strings that already existed and make them looser, more susceptible to manipulation. This was what Lionel was certain the Demoness had done with the relationship between his father and uncle. Maybe she found it to be amusing, sealing away the talent of one and making the other the crown jewel of the human domain. Maybe she wasn't to see how interesting it would be if they fought it out. And maybe the reason she had stopped Lionel from using his own bloodline to save Aina was because she was unhappy with him ruining her experiment. Whatever it was, that sliver of understanding allowed Lionel to understand just how the dream plane could be used. It wasn't as straightforward as hiding what his plans were. He had to also be mindful of the mental state of his people and which of them could be used for what. And that was when he thought of the perfect plan. Yuri couldn't have been more perfect for this job, even if she tried. In fact, even if he engineered a person to fulfill just this one role, he would just end up with a clone of her. The specialty of the spirituals array was that it was meant to protect the freedom of half-spirituals. Due to this, it couldn't be used against anyone with spiritual bloodline within them, and the formation ignored all those with that lineage. That said, Lionel couldn't just strap a rocket to Yuri's back and send her in. What good would that do? She was far too weak in comparison to overlords. Let alone an overlord. She wasn't even a match against the weakest of ancestors. However, if she was the one to act, the formation wouldn't retaliate. and thus she was perfect as a tipping point, a final push to get them over the hump. So he gave her a simple task. Once he collapsed the outer ring of the formation, she would take action. While shrouded in the power of the formation, the half-spiritual overlord wouldn't even sense Yuri before she acted. With a single strike, the overlord would fall without even realizing what happened, and then the rest would be easy. It was the perfect plan, and it took advantage of the greatest weakness of the spirituals. From Vega's perspective, it was also perfect. In fact, she would find it amusing how Lionel would try to mask his attentions by giving everyone in his army different decoy orders. With her skill, she could easily tell what was true and what was false. But that would be her downfall. She targeted Yuri immediately, peeling away the layers of protection on her mind. It was all too easy, especially since she knew that Aina was nowhere in this world. Where else could Aina be if not dead? And in the end, she won. Or so she thought she did. All the while, she had been intertwining herself further into Lionel's web. Chapter 2303, published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 25 seconds a.m., Chapter 2303. End result? If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button and again, Chapter 2303. End result? Lionel didn't seem to be in a hurry to make a move. He had the whole world in the palm of his hands. They moved to his rhythm, not the other way around. He gave a hole in his chest another glance before his force rumbled and instant recovery activated. Being far stronger than it had been in the past now that he had evolved it to an 8th dimensional lineage factor, even a beam that could kill ancestors instantly wasn't immune from his abilities. Quite quickly, the hole in his chest was fixed, and he finally gave Vega a glance. The Cross Elder still didn't look like much had changed on the surface, but what good were her facial expressions to Lionel any longer? He could see her very soul in the dream plane, and he knew exactly how shaken she was. "I don't believe I've had the pleasure," Lionel said with a smile. "Though, I can't say that it is one even now. I've lost count of the number of times Shield Cross Stars has tried to kill me." The half-spiritual overlord frowned. She could feel that the formation had returned, but it was most definitely not in her control any longer. She suddenly felt like she was stuck between a rock and a hard place. On one side, there was the enemy that had come to take her down, and on the other side, well, there was an enemy that had come to take her down. Now, one of them was trapped within the formation she had thought was largely shattered, and she was trapped with them. Lionel gave her a knowing glance, but ultimately didn't say anything. This formation in his hands, especially now that his mind had connected to the dream plane, was more than enough to deal with all situations. Of course, he didn't plan on destroying the half-spirituals, and they were just another pawn in his game. But they didn't need to know that just yet. He had learned quite a lot in his short life, not the least of which was that people often didn't appreciate the things that were given to them on a silver platter. The spirituals had to understand that he was doing them a favor. The other races might be afraid of what the vast bubble had in store for them, but that hadn't stopped them from teaming up to attack his father. Now had it? It was clear and obvious to him that many of them were trying to play both sides, trying to thread a needle that would allow them to live beyond their usefulness to the humans that ruled them from the complete world above. He didn't need fence-sitters. He needed people that would follow his orders properly. If he had to adjust for every possible betrayal like he did today, even he couldn't guarantee whether he would succeed or not. If he suddenly gained a bunch of people who had second thoughts about everything he did, just how much pressure would he be under to keep them all in line? He would be much better off just directly killing all of the people so that they wouldn't be a problem for him in the future. Lionel turned his attention back to Vega, but it seemed that the latter didn't want to speak. "Lionel!" The shriek was filled with rage, but Lionel only sent a glance toward it. "Shut up." A violent pressure descended toward Yuri, and even the outer hull of her starship almost shattered to pieces as she shuddered. She almost felt as though her soul was about to be ripped out of her body, and she seemed to snap out of her daze. But Lionel had already ignored her. He had been doing a lot of that recently. He didn't care to deal with Yuri, and she had always felt like a great annoyance to him. Of course, He understood her perspective and where her thoughts came from. He just didn't care. His own emotions were already wild and unfettered. He didn't have the time to help out someone else deal with theirs. The instant he looked back toward Vega, he raised a hand, and the starships all aimed toward her, each one gaining a clone they hadn't had before. Vega immediately began to shout out orders, causing a linked shield to form, but with a single blast, Lionel perfectly targeted all of their weaknesses, blasting them to smithereens. And then he moved. Novi, LB, one and golden dust particles danced around Lionel as his arm reached out, a black rod appearing. The black spear trembled, and a billowing black fog shot out from it. Its blade suddenly spanned dozens of kilometers, all wrapped in a nebula of golden dust. He used so much of the formation's power and so seamlessly that the half-spiritual overlord felt her eyes bulging out of her sockets. Lionel was actually controlling each individual strand of golden dust as though it was its own weapon. Just what level of mind did it take to do that? The devastation was far beyond what the half-spirituals could have imagined. The ships of S.H.I.E.L.D. cross stars, each dwarfing a planet in size, were all suddenly split in two, as though a black hole vanished into a scythe's blade, rotating with golden stars, had suddenly decided to manifest between the tops and bottoms of their warships. It was a strike as beautiful as it was destructive and final as it was pure. It was hard to imagine just how many had died from that strike. Not a single one was an ancestor, but even so, the blow was unimaginable. It might even be said that the very foundation of S.H.I.E.L.D. cross stars had been shaken. Vega looked upon this scene with the very same indifference, but her mind was in turmoil. She had taken him seriously. She had moved with full force. She had even used underhanded tactics against a child. Just how had this been the end result exactly? Chapter 2304. Published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 15 seconds a.m., Chapter 2304. Follow my words if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2304. Follow my words. It was almost laughable. In fact, if she had been in the mood to do so, laughing was pretty much all she could have done. She had bided her time, waiting in the shadows, and only struck when she felt that she had all the information she needed at her fingertips. But not only had she failed the moment she took a step out, she had done so in such a resounding fashion. She closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. Of the cross elders of S.H.I.E.L.D. Cross Star, over half of them were here. There were only 8 remaining at base. If things continued this way, over 20 of their ancestors would fall here, and their ability to continue to control the situation would crumble. She couldn't allow this to happen, but she also most certainly couldn't allow herself to fall here. Selfish or not, her life was by far the most important. If there was no one present in the human domain that could counter Lionel's access to the dream plane, then it would all be in Ovalbin. Follow my words. The voice was light and sweet, and Vega recognized them immediately. Of the high-profile targets, there was Velasco, and then there was this woman. She was a great talent, and if nurtured, she could become a supreme asset to their cause. In addition, while she was arrogant, she had never painted outside the lines. She could be controlled, and she could be guided. So while Vega kept one eye on her, she didn't make any moves to deal with her like she did the others. This woman was, of course, Cynthia Omen, the Scorn Queen Beauty. But what shocked Vega was that she hadn't sensed when Cynthia entered the dream plane at all. Had she been wrong all along to not pay attention to this girl? No, that wasn't in her personality. She had most definitely done her due diligence. It just hadn't mattered in the slightest. Velasco had never bothered to hide his presence because of his arrogance, so she had known he was from the very beginning. In fact, she didn't dare to even probe him, as Velasco was simply on another level compared to her. Unlike she, who could only enter the dream plane in an incomplete world, Velasco was just like a king who could enter the dream plane even in a complete one. Lionel had been easy enough to spot because Max had somewhat exposed him, and the actions he took afterward were purposely bold and arrogant. But this woman, Vega's heart trembled. This incomplete world was always marked as an anomaly. They knew that there was a reason that the last remnant of the Fox family had chosen this one of the dozens of others. And time again, they were proven correct as one monster after another simply appeared. Should she even listen to this woman? Clearly, she was just as dangerous as the family before her, but she was also cautious enough to hide her intentions and bide her time for the perfect opportunity. How could she listen to her? What choice do you have? Vega shuddered again. Indeed, what choice did she have? Her heart trembled and her hand shook. Were these her own thoughts? Or was Cynthia manipulating her? When had she become so uncertain of herself? As though she couldn't hear these thoughts at all, Cynthia spoke easily and plainly. There is no way out of this situation except for sacrifice. Was that even true? Vega felt her head spinning. Did Cynthia have a way to get them out of here unscathed, but preferred that her enemies not be too powerful? How could she even trust these words? The formation of the half-spirituals is powerful, but not to the point of being untamable. The issue is the son of Velasco has already claimed the initiative, and taking it back from him is impossible. So, the only remaining choice is for you to flee. But you're trapped and space is locked. Whether it's reinforcements or your own escape, neither will work. Even if you attempt to run out of the encirclement under your own power, the moment you leave the strongest core of your own formation, he will cut you down. He has his eyes on you, and in his eyes, it's people like you who are the reason for his father's death. It is impossible that he would ever let you go, even if he has to let everyone else go. Vega fought hard to control her exterior emotions. By now, she was certain that Cynthia was manipulating her. She was a person who had always been in control of her exterior, at the very least. But now her entire mind was focused on it. What else could this be, if not Cynthia's efforts? But it was the best kind of scheme, an open one your enemy knew was there and you had to fall into anyway. This was the method of the smartest individuals in the universe. In that case, if you want to live, you'll have to follow my instructions and sacrifice your people at timely intervals. Do as I say. If you want to live, of course. Lionel looked off into the distance. He had sensed another mind approaching this region the moment it happened, and though they were subtle, they couldn't hide from him. This meant one very important thing, though. This person was close. He knew just how difficult it was to travel across the dream plane while your body stayed in place. The further you moved, the further stretched your dream force became, and it was soon akin to a rubber band on its final legs. If you pushed too far, then not only would the rubber band snap, but even if you pulled back just before it did, it would lose its elasticity. He knew all of this. He had learned it not just once himself, but 7 times over through the memories he had sensed. So, why couldn't he find where this person was, even though his senses were expanded across the solar system with the help of the formation of the half-spirituals? Chapter 2305, published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 15 seconds a.m., Chapter 2305. Overlook question: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2305. Overlook question: Lionel's gaze became sharp, and he didn't move immediately. The next sequence of events happened so quickly it felt impossible to stop, but from start to finish, Lionel didn't even move. It was like he was resigned to it already. He stood and watched as Vega seemed to manipulate her own horde of ancestors, riling them up into a frenzy and leading them into a charge she never had any expectations of finishing off. He didn't move even when they seemed to show signs of putting his own life in danger, and he only made some faint and subtle actions when he saw that part of her plans seemed to encompass his starships and their fusion cores. In the past, Lionel hadn't been able to figure out how to separate the control shield cross stars had over their fusion cores from his control. Due to that, he had been unable to use the starships to attack other humans and the individuals of shield cross stars, especially. But since then, he had obviously overcome that weakness with his strength in crafting. However, there was a weakness that couldn't be stripped from fusion cores, and that was their susceptibility to instability. Vega obviously wanted to use this as a method to carve out a path of escape, and he just made a movement to stop this. In the end, The real reason Lionel hadn't taken any action showed itself as his people began to act oddly. Some starships turned to face one another. Some began to directly battle without a word. And in the far-off distance, Yuri even seemed to be on the verge of directly killing herself. It was a house of madness. This shouldn't have been possible. The suggestive effects on a person's psyche should only be possibly by pulling at their already ingrained tendencies. Unless somehow every part of the Morales army wanted to kill one another, it shouldn't be possible even for someone in the life state to just suddenly turn them all on one another. At the same time, how could Yuri of all people to try to kill herself? Not only was he certain that she had far more to live for than not, even if that was just to confront him about Ana's situation, but she had just broken free of a suggestion earlier. She would be on alert and couldn't possibly fall for another so quickly. What was most sinister about it all was that whether it was the Morales who had suddenly begun to battle one another, or Yuri who was trying to end her own life but seemed hesitant to do so, each one was targeting an ethereal glabella. It was so obvious and clear that Lionel was certain that whoever was doing it on purpose. If Lionel himself suffered a destroyed glabella, there would be nothing but death awaiting him. As for these people, even if he had the silver tablet, if their ethereal glabellas were destroyed, then their souls would dissipate much faster. If a few hundred died, he might be able to revive them all in time. But if a few thousand died, he knew he wouldn't be able to get to the last of them. So what about a few 10,000? 100,000? What if half of these tens of millions of warriors died in battle with one another? This person was not only showing him that they could do such a thing, but they were also telling him in no subtle manner that they also understood the weakness of his seemingly endless ability to revive others. Lionel continued to look around, a calm expression on his face as Vega rushed away. I see, so that's it. In the end, it was the formation. The spirituals' religion wasn't exactly one that worshipped the spirituals. Unlike the other religions that Lionel had come across, there was no deity, and rather nature itself was the deity of the spirituals. As a result of this, much of their strength also hinged upon this. Back in Valiant Heart Mountain, when Lionel met his first apostle of a god, Goddess Evergreen to be specific, the person in question had been able to tap into the power of their god and emit strength beyond themselves. It seemed that he hadn't understood the formation of the spirituals as well as he had thought. While he understood the skeleton of the formation and the many pillars that formed its strength, he had missed the forest for the trees. It was akin to thinking of a baked cake as flour, eggs, and sugar, rather than as a cake. What did the formation itself represent? Where did its strength come from? Yes, it was a natural force art that pulled on the power of the world, but what was natural about it? Where was the power coming from? The simple answer was a god. The god of the spirituals, religion. If Lionel had followed the god path, he would have picked it up much earlier, but he didn't follow the god path. He followed the path that Dimensional Cleanse had laid out for him, or more accurately, that he had laid out for himself. N-5 E/L/B/1// and due to this, he wasn't familiar enough with the god path and what its strengths and weaknesses were. Now that he thought about it, he had never really separated what empowered users of the god path either. Back in the Void Palace, when he had fought the henchmen of Triana Ver, the god path had manifested in tangible runes and physical signs. But he found that as he battled more powerful users of the path, there was no such obvious sign, or rather, he wasn't really looking for it. This culminated in him overlooking an extremely important question. What exactly was the god path, and what were its strengths? What were its weaknesses? And in this context, how did it interact with the dream plane? Lionel had brought his people into a field of battle that he didn't understand, and his opponent had taken advantage of the terrain. After a moment, he snapped his fingers, and the formation was truly destroyed, but not before he shredded Vega's ancestors to pieces. The hold on his people vanished, but Vega used the opportunity to finally trigger a long-distance teleportation, disappearing from his sight. Chapter 2306, published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 14 seconds a.m., Chapter 2306. Smart if audio player doesn't work? Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2306. Smart Lionel's reaction was far too calm. But the reality was that it was hard to act surprised when you had deduced what would happen the moment it started. Had he wasted time trying to stop Vega, the Morales would have suffered casualties, and heavy ones at that. At the very least, upwards of 1 million would have died. For the casualties to go from 0 to that point, to this sort of level, he found it unacceptable. But it was likely that whoever was messing with his plans likely knew this and acted accordingly. Though it was doubtful that they expected Lionel to be so decisive. Unfortunately, whatever facade of a brash, unruly youth who was too full of himself wouldn't work anymore. But that was the least of his problems. He cast a glance toward the half-spirituals. In order to deal with the immediate problem, he decisively destroyed the formation. This time, it was truly destroyed, and there was no coming back from it other than to rebuild it from the ground up. While he could have taken his time to find a less crude situation, the more time he wasted, the more Morales would have died. His speed of thought was fast, but not fast enough to analyze a path that he had little to no idea about, and then apply that to a formation that spanned an entire solar system. Even he wasn't that mighty yet. His most important takeaway from this event, though, was that this person was smart. Almost too smart. Lionel couldn't remember ever giving this sort of evaluation to anyone. It was a simple one-word description, and it wasn't overly flowery in his presentation, but it held the weight of the word when it was spoken by him. In order for this person to outplay him like this, they had to not only understand the weakness of his silver tablet and his lineage factor in combination, but they also had to be able to use an entire path and a formation they had likely never even seen active in person to create this whole farce. But that wasn't the worst of it. That much was still acceptable. The truest problem was that for this plan to have worked, it relied on something else. The weakness of the Morales, their bloodlines, and their origins. To make a complex matter simple, this individual used the strength of the spiritual's formation to target the weakness of the Morales, dealing a blow to shield cross stars, the Morales, and leaving Lionel here dealing with quite a few enraged half-spirituals. As for how that was done, Lionel still wasn't 100% certain on the details, but he had a general framework. The spiritual religion emphasized oneness with nature. Their formation worked by sensing the life of the universe around them, melding into it, and allowing the power to wash over it. But it was also precisely because of this that it was turned around and used against Lionel. Oneness with nature could mean multiple things depending on the location, the person, and even the time. With that in mind, it was beginning to become clearer how this person had done this. There was now a large concentration of Morales in the surroundings. And what exactly was the innate nature of the Morales? This might be a hard question to answer until one remembered one thing: the curse of the Morales. As Morales men and women grew older, their lineage factors seemed to influence their minds, and they became more battle-hungry and less reasonable. This was what had sparked the creation of the current Air Wars system and the short duration of rulership in the first place. Using the formation as a foundation and Lionel's lack of understanding of it, this person had used the dream plane to amplify the innate weakness of the Morales, manipulating them into a frenzy. And because everyone else was also in its sphere of influence, the very nature of the world around them began to change, and slowly people other than the Morales began to be affected as well. For Yuri, who was in a state of emotional turmoil, and was both hating herself for what she had done and hating Lionel for putting her in such a situation, it had manifested in a way that it almost certainly never would have before. When things were laid out like this, it almost felt that Lionel's analysis of this person wasn't nearly high enough. Orchestrating this matter took no less than a genius who stood above all others. However, Lionel only felt that it was interesting. He had read through the entirety of the Void Library, and how could there not be explanations of the God path within? But they were all vague and abstract, as though even people of the human domain didn't understand how it worked. Now seeing it in action, he felt that the path was more interesting than he had given it credit for, and that was partly why his analysis of this person's strengths was so lukewarm. This was a strategy they should have saved because it most definitely wouldn't work again. Of course, only Lionel would think like this. So, are we going to fight? Lionel asked, looking toward the half-spiritual overlord. The overlord didn't know what to think. The situation had changed so fast, and she didn't have nearly the understanding Lionel did of what had just happened. One moment Lionel had everything in his grasp. The next his people started fighting one another, and by the time it all ended, their ancient formation seemed to have truly been destroyed. She still hadn't regained her bearings, and yet Lionel was now asking this question. But she was smart enough to understand the implication. Whoever had outplayed Lionel wanted them to fight. So should she follow the plans of that person, or should she fall into Lionel's plans instead? Nov/LB 1, and she suddenly felt indecisive even as her warriors looked raging for battle. Chapter 2307, published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 13 seconds a.m., Chapter 2307. Step back if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2307. Step back. Lionel met the eyes of the half-spiritual, his gaze not giving anything away, though he knew the reality of the matter. If they fought a battle like this one, casualties would be inevitable, and not just casualties that he could casually revive either. True, final death casualties. It would take too much time for the war to end, and by that point, damaged ethereal glabella or not, the end result would be the finality of death. There wasn't much he could do about this. This was the reality of a war you weren't prepared for, and the striking difference was stark in comparison to the war he was prepared for. The decision would be in the hands of the half-spiritual overlord, but no matter how you looked at it, he didn't receive the kind of benefits he wanted from this battle. If things had gone perfectly, he wouldn't have only dealt a savage blow to the power of Shield Cross Star, crippling their strength by at least half, but he would have also been able to force the spiritual's religion into submission. But now, he might be forced to withstand some devastating losses himself. The overlord's thoughts were one matter, but the thoughts of her people were another. They all seemed enraged, and it was hard to tell how much control the overlord had over the situation. Lionel doubted that the spiritual's religion had just a single overlord. Much like his Morales family most definitely had more than one as well, that old man couldn't hide such a thing from him. Who knew if the other overlords would be docile as this one? And even the so-called docile overlord was on the fence when deciding what to do. Lionel suddenly looked up and shook his head. Fine. He waved a hand, and a portal manifested. Out from within it, a familiar old man with an annoying, shit-eating grin appeared. He rubbed his beard with a hand and chortled, liking the situation very much. This old man was none other than Amory's grandfather, Overlord Max. Ah, Tricilia, how have you been? Has this brat been annoying you? Max placed a palm on Lionel's head and rubbed just a bit too hard. Lionel tried to move away and even slap it away, but he failed both times, and if he tried a third, it would have been more embarrassing than just letting it be. He found this situation to be unbelievable, and at the same time, he was certain that this old man was doing it on purpose. No matter what, the Morales and Suyard families had been enemies for countless centuries. How could Max possibly miss a chance to humiliate their patriarch a bit, especially since he was here to help out with a sticky situation? Max? Overlord Tricilia spoke a bit hesitantly. Soon, though, she got a bit angry. She might have been slower in thought and duller in intelligence than Lionel or Cynthia, but she wasn't a fool. It was clear that Lionel and Max had some sort of mutual understanding. Were the Suyards betraying them? Since when had the Morales and Suyards been on the same side? Was there a Suyard army on their way here now? And hadn't they already decided to leave the Morales out of their alliance? That family's problems were too volatile. If the spiritual's religion had wanted to team up with them, they would have done so already, instead of making such a choice. After all, they had always assumed that choosing one meant foregoing the other, so they had discussed the matter at length, even ultimately choosing to give their best genius hand over in marriage. Knowing all of this, Tricilia truly did have the right to be more than a little bit enraged, and she almost gave the order to attack right here and now. Listen, listen, I didn't want to do this either. Max raised up his hands. But this brat stole my family's world spirit and kind of forced my hand. I'm not saying to bend over backward, but you saw it yourself how there are powers at play here we can't deal with alone. It's best we work together. How is anyone supposed to trust you? Tricilia said with a growl. She simply didn't believe that Lionel could just take Max's world spirit. He must have handed it over. Were those hidden forces of the Moralis stronger than they knew? Unfortunately for Lionel, Tricilia didn't seem to be the one of the spirituals' religion that had their world spirit, which was one part why he knew there had to be other overlords, and another part why she didn't believe Max's words. If you don't believe me, then why don't we go see Poppy? Max said. Tricilia frowned. Was this a ploy? Max chuckled and handed over his spatial ring with a flick of his fingers. Just me and the boy. You have nothing to worry about. Tricilia was stunned. That spatial ring might as well have been Max's wedding band. He never took it off, and it definitely held the greatest of his treasures. This either meant that he was going all out for this ploy, or he was really serious. However, she had known Max for years. This just didn't seem to be something that he was capable of. Just what should she do? Tricilia took a deep breath and shook her head. No, I won't let you in. NOV, LB/in she threw the ring back, and Max shook his head. Well, you see that. I try my best. Good luck in this battle, Max said with uproarious laughter. Lionel shook his head. He really wanted to see who had planned all of this. He couldn't wait to make them feel the same level of helplessness. He raised his spear, and he suddenly flickered and vanished. Max's hand, aimed to knock him out, missed completely. Max was a bit stunned for a moment. He had rubbed Lionel's head so easily earlier, so how had he missed? He shook his head again. This brat was sharp, too sharp even. He would likely cut his own hand trying to wield that blade he was born with. You need to learn when to take a step back, Patriarch Moralis, Max said softly. Chapter 2308. Published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 11 seconds a.m., Chapter 2308. One last chance if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2308. One last chance. Lionel didn't seem surprised by the change. This couldn't be called a betrayal. Max hadn't been lying when he said that he had done his best. If Lionel was escorted to this Overlord Poppy, as Max called her, then taking the world spirit of the spirituals would be as easy as just thinking it. By then, it would be clear that the Suyard Overlord hadn't betrayed the spirituals and simply had his hands tied. But because Tricilia was so cautious, things had turned out this way instead. The best way to solidify this current rocky relationship was to use Lionel as a sacrificial lamb. Of course, this didn't mean that the Suyard Overlord wanted to kill Lionel. He didn't have such intentions. Rather, knocking Lionel out would make corralling the Moralis army easier, then the rest could be dealt with in the future. Unfortunately, Lionel wasn't as naive of the world as he had once been, and he had never been foolish enough to fall for such a bait and switch. He had already deduced that this would be the most likely result if Max failed to convince Tricilia, and he was prepared for it. The worst kind of scheme to deal with was one you knew was there, and yet had to fall into anyway. It seemed that the schemes of this hidden expert hadn't concluded just yet. Max knew that all of this was only happening because of the machinations of someone else, and yet he had to act in this way regardless. The spirituals' religion and the spirituals had already made their choice years ago. They had already planned to exclude the Moralis. And now, this was just the next logical step. Looking into Lionel's indifferent eyes toward his change of address from brat to patriarch, Max almost felt like sighing. He felt as though he was looking into his own grandson's eyes. Even when he did the most ridiculous of things, this was precisely how Amory reacted as well. Overlord Tricilia was confused about the situation once again. She almost made the false assumption that this was all an act. After all, how could the likes of Lionel dodge an Overlord strike without the support of the formation? But all of those thoughts were thrown to the back of her mind when Max took a step forward. The vast depth of space beneath his feet rippled outward like a pond. The chimes of swords echoed, and an overwhelming pressure descended. Following that, there came a piercing sense that almost made Tressilia's heart stop beating entirely. Killing intent. I'm not sure I can deal with all your tricks and schemes if I battle you with the intent to capture you, so I will act to kill. This is the last chance I'm giving you to stand down. Max spoke lightly. Lionel wasn't even looking at him. His gaze went above, and then it moved below. This was the problem with battles in the depth of space. On flatland, the worst you could face was a pincer from 4 sides, and most often pincers would come in pairs. However, in this vast endlessness, where up and down were just figments of one's imagination and far more cultural than they were tangible, the number of directions you could attack from was infinite. Above him, below him, to his back, to his front, upward at an angle, downward at an angle. There were half-spirituals everywhere. The only saving grace was that their formations were just as much of a jumbled mess as his own had become. "I'll give you one final chance, too," Lionel replied, still scanning the battlefield. "For every Morales that dies here, I will kill 2 Suyards. Is that the choice you want to make?" Lionel finally looked up and met Max's gaze. The Suyard overlord finally seemed to see it. That endless, unfathomable depth. The corner of Lionel's eyes and his feet began to smolder. The ripples formed beneath Max's feet came to a dead stop over 100 meters from him. Then they began to collapse on their own. "Attack!" Tressilia suddenly roared. The reaction was instantaneous. The powder keg of emotions the half-spirituals had been bottling up exploded forth. Beautiful men and women painted the skies like the descent of angels, a rainbow-like assortment of elemental energies rushing forward without restraint. The confusion within the Morales was high. The different changes to their mental states, followed by sudden combat in a situation they had just believed to be on top of, was devastating. N-O-V L-/BI-/N. However, before the first wave of assaults could land, a calming voice had already entered their minds. "Stand tall." It was just 2 words, and yet their spines shivered and the tips of their blades trembled. Roars escaped their lips one after another, and their force echoed across the plains. "Don't be distracted." The whisper of a sword blade passed by Lionel's ear. He felt as though he had been cut in 2, the sensory perception coming even before the actual blade, like his mind and his body were being attacked at the same time. He could understand the kind of despair a person would feel facing such an attack. What was the point in dodging if you have already been bisected? But he shattered the mental assault as though it was as fragile as stale bread. His squadron was too far away from him to rely on their strength, but he didn't even bother to call them back. Their task was different. As for his task, it was to crush every ancestor that dared to stand before him. Lionel's aura flared. Arise! One after another, the corpses of the ancestors he had killed in the last several weeks appeared and then began to crumble as though all the strength of their bodies were being devoured into the rise of their souls. In an instant, Lionel was covered by 5 ancestors, each one emitting a sharp light as they raised their bows. These were none other than the ancestors of the constellation Bow Alliance. Chapter 2309. Published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 10 seconds a.m. Chapter 2309. A mess if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2309. A mess the ancestors of the spiritual's religion, all of whom were ready to take action, felt as though their bodies had frozen. A dangerous aura locked onto them, and it felt like if they took just a single step in any direction, their heads would be pierced through. They were all ancestors, and Lionel was just using puppets. Just how could he have the strength to make them feel threatened to the point that they were immobilized? What they didn't know is that by having the ancestors consume their own bodies during the formation of their souls, they were actually at least 50% stronger than they would be otherwise. They were closer now to overlords than they were to normal ancestors. This was a lesser form of breathe that came from the weaker techniques of the Emperor's might lineage, known as cannibalize. It could be used on the corpse of a soul alongside arise to make them stronger. This, though, as an imperfect form of breathe, had some drawbacks. Normally, a soul would last 24 hours in Lionel's possession, but a soul that had cannibalized, used on it would last no more than an hour. But this wasn't the only reason why the corpses fell so much more powerful. The real reason for that was because of the improvement to Lionel's dream force, namely his connection to the dream plane. Now, he couldn't just perfectly direct his soul constructs. He could infuse his own comprehensions and incorporate his very will into his commands. One could use the dream plane to push people in certain directions, but they would ultimately only act within the bounds of their own personalities. It would take many years of manipulation and constant attempts to get someone to do something they wouldn't normally do. However, the will of Lionel's soul constructs was to do whatever he wanted them to do. That meant that his control over their impulsions was perfect. On the surface, this seemed like a minor thing. Couldn't he just control them with his mind normally? What was the use of this seemingly extra, useless step? But there was an important difference. Not only could Lionel command his souls to act and react faster, he could mold their minds and change their tendencies to exactly what he wanted. When it came to soul constructs like this, that already had a foundation that matched his will, he could give them his skill in the bow. The 5 ancestors' auras roared to life. In that moment, their bows, which had just been surging with a silvery white bow force, seemed to shatter, streams of light dispersing and them reforming into a blinding golden streak. Right then, 5 bow sovereigns were born. And not only that, but they each had the power of an ancestor backing them. In a single bound, they went from a half step to the overlord ranks to true overlords. 5 overlord bow sovereigns. They had never been this powerful in their lives, but in death, they stepped into a realm of strength and power they could never have imagined. Max's expression became serious. He had only attacked once, and yet the situation had changed so resoundingly. Just how? Stop, don't. Max roared as he saw that Tricilia had taken out some sort of orb. If he could have stopped her from even taking it out in the first place, he would have. But that ship had already sailed. If Poppy comes here, your world spirit will be taken away in an instant. I wasn't lying. Novel B. 1 and Tricilia shivered and put the communication device away, but then a cold wind passed by her neck. She turned back slowly, and what she saw made her heart feel as though it had been hollowed out. 5 bows, 5 arrows, 5 echoing twangs, 5 deaths of her brothers and sisters. The ancestors of the spiritual's religion were still rushing forward, seemingly not even having realized that they died. But the bloody holes in their heads painted a different picture, one of bleak sadness. Could this have been avoided? Lionel didn't make a move, standing calmly. But it was like 5 of them were aiming their bows. Looking forward, neither Max or Tricilia could even quite feel their individual auras any longer. It was like they had instead become clones of the young man who stood in their midst. Max realized that he couldn't allow things to stay as they were. He moved like lightning, his very body seeming to carry the aura of the sword. 2 arrows appeared to his left and his right, but his absolute sword domain took shape, shredding them to pieces. His thumb rubbed along the spatial ring Tricilia had returned to him, and a rusted sword appeared in his palm. It looked as though a single swing might cause it to collapse, becoming nothing more than flakes of metal dancing in the wind. And yet, when he made his move, it was like the world had been split in two. Lionel looked into his eyes. People, relationships, complex webs of emotion. Nothing was ever simple due to these things. It should have all been easy. He already had Max on his side. His army had already surrounded the half-spirituals. He had already been just a step from victory. But things had ended up like this because humans were complex creatures that rarely, if ever, acted logically. He was no different, that he knew. As much as he tried to peel himself away from those more human layers of him, he couldn't escape it. He was realizing every day just how much pressure his future self had placed on him. He even understood that much of his cold logic came not from the fact that he was some sort of psychopath or even from the fact that he preferred logic overall. It was just a coping mechanism. Looking at the world like it was an array of numbers of buttons to push and sliders to adjust That was much easier than looking at it for what it really was, an imperfect blob of a mess. The 5-archer overlord around Lionel shifted and seemed to form an odd force art with just 5 nodes between themselves. So is this how it works? I guess so. Their auras doubled once again, and Max's strength was drowned out. Chapter 23:10, published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 9 seconds a.m. Chapter 23:10. Two-way street if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23:10, two-way street. Lionel didn't follow the God path, but his soul constructs did. It could be said that over 95% of all ancestors in the human domain followed the God path. There was a reason it was the path that the Void Palace demanded of their students. It was the path that had allowed most of the elites of the human domain to rise up like they had. The actions of the mysterious person that had placed him into this situation made Lionel realize that there was more to the God path than what met the eye. But he, obviously, couldn't go back and choose a new path, and even if he could, he wouldn't. His intuition told him that dimensional cleanse was a far better bet for himself. But it got him thinking. Had he really reached the potential of his Emperor's Might lineage factor just because he had succeeded in comprehending its 3 strongest techniques? The answer didn't feel as obvious as it should. The 3 strongest techniques were meant to build upon one another, slowly building a foundation that could make the next and final steps logical. But Lionel had skipped all of that and went right to the strongest abilities of the lineage factor, ignoring much of its subtleties. In such a situation, how could he know with any certainty that he was pressing his potential forward to the greatest extent? His connection to the dream plane seemed to have only solidified that truth. He felt like he had been a child messing around with a toy, and that toy just so happened to be a loaded gun. That wasn't to say that Lionel was in any danger while using his lineage factor, not that he knew of anyway. It was rather that he still didn't quite understand just how lethal it could be, and he felt that he had just taken a step toward understanding. Not only could he use the dream plane to pass down his own understanding to his soul constructs, but the reverse was possible as well. Like he had said, he might not follow the God path, but his soul constructs had when they lived, and if he applied some of the concepts of the spiritual's religion formation, and also some of the strategy of the mysterious existence that was toying with him from the shadows, then if he sprinkled atop of that some of his own theories on force arts, namely ones used in armies, the 5 soul constructs resonated with one another, and they thrummed with life. The hum of nature echoed, and the golden dust particles that were aimlessly floating in the air seemed to come to life once more. Of course, it was nothing like the truest formation. The use was limited as it didn't have the core of the formation any longer since Lionel had destroyed it. Lionel's understanding of the spiritual's religion's formation wasn't yet deep enough to simply reconstruct it using his soul constructs, but that was more than enough to send these overlords to their deaths. 5 arrows streaked through the air, and yet it felt like just one. Tricilia's chest was ripped apart, and her body was sent flying backward like a broken rag doll. However, she couldn't even land or even be sent flying into the endless distance before she was shredded to pieces, even her blood being torn to ash. The soul constructs pulled their bows back once more and aimed toward Max, but Lionel shook his head and sighed as they fired. The arrows had only just left their bows when the soul constructs shattered to pieces. In the distance, their arrows weakened considerably, but still slammed into Max with an undying force. Max's chest caved in and his consciousness shuddered. It took everything he had to remain conscious, but he was still sent flying backward much like Tricilia. He was only lucky that he didn't have to suffer the same fate. Lionel shook his head. It seemed that using his soul construct for more than just their base uses limited the time they could last even further. He had already felt that instilling them with his insight into the bow had shrunk the time they had considerably, but it seemed that taking a step beyond that caused the hour he should have had to fall to just a few seconds. Ov, E/L/B/, and even so, the outcome was still acceptable. It was unfortunate that he didn't have any more ancestor souls that were experts in the bow in their lifetimes, but the fact Tricilia was dead and Max was on his last legs was a worthy trade regardless. Lionel looked toward the battle of the Morales and half-spirituals and shook his head. The casualties were about as devastating as he expected. It was a complete mess. There were no formations, none of the tactics he liked to use. Things might have still been fine had they been organized enough to make proper use of the armors he had given them, but they were too scattered to even do that. In addition, many of the armors that Lionel had constructed were purely auxiliary in function and only provided help when used in the context of an army. What could forming small-scale light illusions, for example, do in a battle like this? He took a breath, scanning the battlefield so quickly his pupils looked as though they were bouncing around his sockets. On a battlefield this large and expensive, his internal sight wasn't enough. At that moment, he wished for the complete bow domain lineage factor more than he had ever before. Then he stretched his dream force into the dream plane, immediately sending out tens of millions of orders, each one specified and unique for the person in question in an instant. It was time to turn this battle around before the other overlords of the half-spirituals could realize what was wrong. Even as he did so, his hand reached and grasped out, pulling the spatial device that Tricilia had taken out the communication device from before her soul or Max could react. Chapter 2311, published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 8 seconds a.m. Chapter 2311. A best way if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2311, a best way the battlefield became like a go board. The swiftness with which the situation changed was shocking, and in as little as a few seconds, the casualties went from about equal on both sides to slightly lopsided, and then the Morales began to slowly take a firm upper hand. N/O/V/E/L/B, 1/N. A Morales sharply thrust their spear, but retreated a moment later. He glided backward across the depths of space exactly 112 meters, only to sense a heat behind him as a part of his armor began to resonate. He didn't need to look behind him to know that someone with a matching set to his armor had appeared. They both acted at once, causing their force to roll and their armor to link. They both threw out another spear, the flickering light of illusion painting the skies. Their enemies couldn't dodge at all. How could they when they didn't know which spear was real? In another section of the battle, a single Morales found herself surrounded by 3 half-spirituals. Beaten and broken, there was no chance for her to escape. Her absolute spear domain roared with what felt like the last of her force, causing the enemies to take a step back, but it was only a brief reprieve as they rushed forward. Suddenly, there was a subconscious suggestion in her mind, and she twisted her body. However, the light of hope came to an end as soon as it came. Her body was pierced by swords and a glaive from 3 sides. The pain shot through her like a torrent, and she could feel her life slipping away. But that darkness of death didn't come like she expected. She had thought that she was dead for sure, but only now realized that the blades had missed her vital organs. No, more accurately, what was vital, what wasn't the line between life and death that was decided by her, wasn't it? The spear domain lineage factor. No, the Morales lineage factor. What did it mean for the absolute spear domain, a pure offensive ability to fuse with their metal bodies and their divine armors? She felt that she had a vague idea. She released her spear, causing it to vanish. She grabbed onto the 2 sword blades, pulling down and snapping them before throwing both broken blades into the brows of their owners. At the same time, her spear suddenly appeared behind the head of the glaive wielder, shredding them to pieces. 2 Morales brothers, sharing the same branch bloodline, pressing their backs to one another. They trusted each other with their lives, just like they always had. They would make it out of here just like they had every time before. One of them gritted his teeth with determination, blood trickling down his chin until his heart suddenly felt hollow. The solid back pressed against his suddenly went limp. He could feel the life of his brother draining as a sharp blade pierced an inch into his back. He didn't need to look to see what had happened. Someone had just driven a blade through his brother's heart so far that it had almost run through him as well. The Moralis looked down and watched as a familiar spear drifted down beneath his feet. Once again, he didn't need to look to see what had happened. His brother had thrown his spear away, grabbing onto the sword with both hands so that it wouldn't drive through him as well. A suggestion pressed onto his mind as he roared in fury, his absolute spear domain raging like a torrent. The energies of the world were suddenly being swallowed with a vicious momentum. The metal body of the Moralis could assimilate metals and earth. This was the foundation for many of their strongest techniques. Metal body, divine armor, countless others. This ability, though, was built off the back of an insatiable greed to devour, a greed that reminded this Moralis brother a lot of the metal spirit. He really wanted to be one. He really wanted to swallow everything in his path, to rampage with fury fueling his mind. His absolute spear domain rushed outward, swallowing all the force in the surroundings, assimilating them, and then using that strength to shred everything in his path apart. They would pay for the death of his brother. Lionel breathed heavily, sweat drenching his brows. In the past, he had created a technique to help his brothers improve and keep up with his steps. He called it Dream Path. Unfortunately, this ability was one of the few that he had created with the help of his ability index that didn't work out well. As a result, he had only used it once on his brothers, but ended up abandoning it. But after awakening in the dream plane, he had come to understand some things. He still couldn't just draw out a path for a person, and he had overestimated himself far too much when he thought that he had the ability to. Instead, he could sense the small kernels of inspiration they had brewing in their subconscious and push them forward. There were millions of Moralis, each with their own ideas, each with their own thoughts on how to progress, but many of them found themselves tied down. Either they hadn't reached the perfect circumstances for enlightenment, or they were so tied down by tradition and hierarchy that they didn't dare to strike out on their own path. However, seeing through their thoughts, Lionel realized that maybe there was no right way or even a best way to use a lineage factor. There was a huge array of application methods, and each one had its own viability. This was only more so for a recently mutated lineage factor like their own. So he gave him a nudge that he deserved. The battlefield became a mixture of continuous breakthroughs and squadrons that quickly became teams, and teams that quickly became battalions, and battalions that quickly became armies. Just when the tide was firmly on the side of the Moralis, the overlords of the spirituals' religion finally realized that something was wrong. Chapter 2312. Published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 7 seconds a.m., Chapter 2312. Over if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2312. Over Lionel sent a glance toward the planets below. His breathing labored. Not far from him, Max and Tricilia were still trying to gather themselves. Tricilia wasn't a threat. As a half-spiritual, after losing her body, while she could survive, she was far weaker. He could probably defeat her on his own, even without relying on a formation or his soul constructs. Max was in a state of great weakness right now. He was nigh incapacitated and only barely managed to hold onto his consciousness. He wasn't a threat, at least not on his own. He could still launch an attack if it came to, but Lionel still held back from trying to deal him a final blow. This old man was definitely not simple. Even if you pressed a normal animal into a corner, they could lash out, let alone an ancient beast. Lionel took a breath, trying to catch his breath, but he realized that he was practically hyperventilating. He was breathing so heavily based on a reflex, not because he needed to. That much was proved by the fact his breath was actually so controlled rather than causing waves of hurricane force winds like it usually did. The fatigue was soul deep. It was a depletion of his dream force and a fatigue of his mind, something he hadn't experienced in a long time. It was nothing like a bodily fatigue might be. No amount of breathing hard would help him. With a thought, his 3 dream stars took shape and began to rotate with a fierce momentum. Lionel suddenly gasped, and it felt as though he finally caught his breath. His gaze sharpened as he felt the difference, and his plan changed. He had forgotten. The manifestation of his stars wasn't just a method to accumulate dream force quickly, nor was it just a representation of his universal cycles. It was the manifestation of his path, the path of dimensional cleanse. In an instant, he found that he could travel much further in the dream plane, and every action he took stripped away a lesser amount of his dream force. He sent out more commands and suggestions that were more precise. The efficiency of his control over the Morales army skyrocketed, even as the overlord of the spirituals, the woman he assumed to be Poppy, rushed out from her hiding spot. He sent out a final wave of orders as he snapped his attention toward the coming ballista. Poppy was another beautiful older woman, but she had a fiery temper that rivaled that of a bubbling volcano. Her hair was a short-cut blaze of red, her eyes just as piercing red. Lionel would have thought her to be a Brazinger if he didn't know better. At the moment, 10 shadows appeared by Lionel's side. "Is it done?" Lionel asked. Joel tossed an orb at Lionel. Lionel nodded, but the confusion on the faces of Max and Tricilia practically formed tangible phantoms. That orb. It was definitely the communication device that Lionel had just taken from Tricilia, but these 10 hadn't been by Lionel's side from the beginning. That meant Max's gaze turned solemn. That meant that Lionel had sent them on a mission before even getting his hands on the communication device, before he had even seen Tricilia take it out. The realization hit Tricilia at the same time, and her heart trembled. Her gaze turned to her fellow brothers and sisters in the distance. Every moment, another one of them fell, and they weren't lucky enough to maintain their souls like she had. The Morales directly targeted their weaknesses. Somehow, many of them had gained the ability to kill them with a single strike. "Easy enough," Joel said. With the orb, the location was as easy as breathing to find. Lionel had sent the 10 on a simple mission. Their goal was to find the entrance of the spiritual's religion holy land. Any communication device required a receiver, and any such receiver would give off fluctuations. If the communication device was modified under a crafter as skilled as Lionel, the receiver would become no different from a beacon. Of course, Lionel didn't need to send them for just this. If it was just this, he could have found the location from right here. There were 2 things he needed. The first was to lure Overlord Poppy here. What better way than to send enemies to her resting place? The second was to find the core of the formation that Lionel had been forced to destroy. As he had predicted, the moment Poppy was alerted, she noticed the problem going on outside and had no choice but to rush here. While she did that, these 10 had brought the shattered core she had been forced to leave behind here. As expected, Raj tossed something at Lionel soon afterward. It was just a ring, but within there was a shattered core the size of a planet's core. N/0 Vielben Lionel shook his head. Luckily, he had sent Anastasia with them, or else putting such a thing into a spatial treasure would have been impossible. And even further than that, it was lucky that he had chosen the method of shattering the formation core that he had. Lionel hadn't just indiscriminately shattered the formation. Instead, he had treated it like a puzzle, following along the fissure lines and only breaking them along those weak points. Due to this, it was not only far easier to rip apart, but due to his crafting skill reaching the molecular level, it was also far easier to put back together. Boom! The entire battlefield froze. Every warrior, including Poppy, Max, and Tricilia, felt like their bodies had been marred in cobwebs of time and space. Before, the core of the formation had been light years away, and Lionel could only use an endless chain of commands to control it from an obscene distance. The design of the formation made this possible, as it was designed to be used across the entire solar system, but that didn't mean that it didn't have its weaknesses. Now, however, the core of the formation was right here. This battle was over. Chapter 23:13. Published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 6 seconds a.m., Chapter 23:13. Kill if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23:13, Kill everything came to a stop. There was no moving forward, no retreating, and everything danced in the palm of Lionel's hand. After a moment, Lionel exhaled a breath and shook his head. He looked out into the battlefield once more, and his gaze flickered with rage. The casualties were atrocious. Almost 10% of the Morales army was either dead beyond his means to revive or heavily injured. There was another 10% on top of that were dead, and he might have a chance to revive if he was quick enough. 20% of an army of this caliber and size was a devastating blow, especially when the total had been at 0% for the past several days. These were the most elite of the Morales 7th dimensional experts. The only ones missing among them were the Nova heirs, at Lionel's request. Every loss of one was not only one less that they'd have, but it would also be a great detriment to the future potential of the Morales in the short term. It was simply infuriating that something like this could happen when it could have all been avoided. Max wasn't supposed to be his enemy, but he had made such an idiotic choice in the end. When he spoke of killing 2 Suyards for every Morales that fell, he hadn't been lying, but it also wasn't just an act of rage that he wanted to mete out. The history between any 2 forces had to be taken into account whenever they were moving forward in any sort of conflict or cooperation. Real Morales had died due to Max. Their parents would grieve, their wives and husbands would carry that pit in their hearts for a lifetime, their spouses, their children, their friends, each one would be impacted in their own way. How could they just forget everything and move forward in cooperation with the Suyards? The original cooperation that Lionel had wanted now was dead. He had tried, he had made concessions, he had even laid down his own fury toward these families and their inaction as his father fell on his spear. And yet this was how they repaid him. The smoldering lines of black began to appear around Lionel again, but just as quickly as they had, he snuffed them out, his gaze returning to a cold depth of indifference. His actions might have seemed crude. He might have even been seen to have pushed the Suyards and the spirituals' religion to this point, but he knew what his intentions were better than anyone else. He had left Max alone after taking the world spirit. He had proved himself by entering the impetus state with his dream force and countering Vega. He had had no intentions of slaughtering the half-spirituals when he came here, and the entire brunt of the attention he had given had been focused on killing the ancestors of S.H.I.E.L.D. cross stars. He had been bold, a bit crude, and a bit strong-handed, but these had all been necessary actions. If he came, hat in hand, trying to form alliance bonds with these 2 powers, what would the result have been? In the best case, he would have been laughed out of the room. In the worst case, they might attack to kill him due to his role in linking the Morales and Earth, the soon-to-be only 2 eighth-dimensional worlds of the human domain. He had chosen to forgive, to forget, not only their actions in not aiding his father, but also in their intent to pressure the Morales just to keep their families safe. Did the spirituals' religion not send a representative that day? Did the Suyard family not place a pawn in the Void Palace and use it as a proxy to pressure his Morales family? He had been too kind. Bang! Max was forced to his knees under a resounding pressure. There was no land to stand on, and yet the space beneath his kneecaps cracked and shattered, forming a pseudo-land just for him. The golden dust particles around him swam, and then formed powerful chains, piercing through his shoulders, his chest, and then, finally, his knees. Then they bound around his body tightly. Soon, the same actions were repeated for Tricilia and the Poppy in the distance, despite the latter being the only one of them that wasn't injured at all under the weight of the formation. It was all worthless. Lionel raised a hand, and a strong pull came from Poppy's very soul. Her eyes widened as the world spirit was torn out and brought to Lionel's palm. With a squeeze, it was shattered, and the half-spirituals, all at once, felt a sense of laws that trembled their hearts and caused their eyes to water. Compared to humans, the spirituals were far more sensitive to this sort of matter. Their world spirit, subconsciously, he felt no different from family to them. After he was finished, Lionel began to use the formation to speed up the process. He didn't have to gather force the normal way, since the formation could accumulate so much of it. Thanks to this, the force he needed to revive the members of the Moralis were readily available. Luckily, he managed to revive almost the entire 10%, only missing out on a few, a result that was much better than he expected. There was nothing he could do about the ones that were gone before he got his hands on the formation, but this would have to do for now. Lionel looked toward the army. His expression was the mask of coldness, and he could see every Moralis looking at him with the same steely intent. He knew that this was exactly what the person lingering in the shadows wanted. There was no better scheme than one your enemy knew was there, and yet had to fall into anyway. Right now, though, it didn't matter. For the sake of the future, this was the best step to take. The only step. Kill. No VE/1B. In the roar of the Moralis shook the solar system. Chapter 2314. Published at 13th of November, 2023, 7:52 and 5 seconds a.m. Chapter 2314. Satisfied? If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2314. Satisfied? The fallout of the battle rocked the human domain. The slaughter of both the spirituals' religion and the Suyards was akin to watching the fall of titans from their mountain. These two powers had always been seen to be on par with the Moralis, and yet the Moralis alone, after taking out 12 constellation families just weeks ago, followed through with a campaign that brought these two to their knees. And it was all led by Lionel Moralis. It felt like a curtain of silence had fallen over the human domain. It was inescapable. Many felt that such infighting, when they had only just survived the invasion of several domains just months earlier, was inadvisable. If there was a scale of public perception, it had easily begun to swing from fear of the Moralis to a lambasting for their actions. How could the public know of the intricate details of the events that had occurred? And even if they had an actual chance at knowing, would that mysterious figure, hidden in the background, and spurring on those very same flames of hatred, let it go so easily? This was exactly what they wanted. To paint the Moralis as savages, as demons that didn't understand the true weight of the situation, and there was no better mascot for their displaced fury than Velasco and his son after him. Rumors of Velasco toying with the taboo, and thus bringing down the rage of the gods spread like wildfire. Watching as his son now led armies to take down families that had lived for countless generations only seemed to bolster these thoughts further. How could a child like Lionel possibly bring down these families if there wasn't something nefarious at play? Many even began to believe that if they really allowed the Moralis to take control of the human domain and thus left Lionel to be their de facto leader, rather than the gods coming down to smite Velasco on his own, it might even be the whole domain that was wiped from existence. The moment this sort of paranoia grew legs, it soon grew wings and soared through the skies. It passed through countless ears and affected countless hearts, and it only grew worse as the details of the past events began to be spread in earnest. First came news of just how thorough the destruction of the spirituals' religion was. The spirituals' religion had quite a positive public perception in the eyes of many. They never led crusades like the other religions, and humans always had a sort of innate awe of the spirituals. In addition, such a group of beautiful men and women, how could they possibly be hated? If it wasn't for the fact they only accepted half spirituals into their ranks, the largest religion in the human domain might actually be them. And yet, Lionel had not only plundered their ancient formation, but he had razed their lands to the ground. The territory of the spirituals' religion was just a single solar system unlike the Suyards that controlled many sectors filled with many more galaxies, and so every act was akin to the impetus of a genocide. Being so small, the spirituals' religion simply had no large group of weaklings that the large families and organizations did. As such, Lionel had gone to each and every one of their planets, waging a bloody, one-sided war until he forced them all to their knees. And it was precisely this picture that the human domain received, but this was nothing compared to what happened to the Suyards. The half-spirituals only suffered a loss of life. The Suyards, however, suffered a loss of dignity, of pride. Even the willingness to raise their heads high had been crushed, no different from when Lionel had kicked down their doors of their sword faction. Max was chained to the front of Lionel's starship. Every battle, he was forced to watch as his Suyard family was crushed and split to pieces. The fervor of the Morales, as though unleashing a wave of countless years of animosity and hatred, spilled over like a tsunami. The holy land of the Suyards were razed to the ground, and their spirits were crushed. Amory, their greatest hope, faced off against Lionel in battle once again. Legends of their battles had spread like wildfire, and many believed that another legend would be painted on this day, so long as Lionel didn't use his king's might lineage factor. And yet the result. Lionel crushed Amory. There was no suspense. He didn't even bring out his spear. It simply wasn't necessary. It wasn't until now many remembered. The last so-called legendary battle between these two had taken place when one was in the 6th dimension and the other was in the 7th. They were never on the same level to begin with. Ovel being one after another, the ancestors of the Suyards were bound and captured, chained up and thrown into the dungeons of the Morales. It could be said that for the first time since the founding of the Suyard family, their capital lands were vacant and empty. Lionel might as well have burned the crops and salted the earth. For every Morales that dies, I will kill 2 Suyards. He had said those words, and he meant those words. Locke, the envoy of the Suyards, truly had to watch as his home was burned to the ground. Lionel speculated that it was never Max that told him to speak those words. It might have been another ancestor of the Suyards, or it might very well have been that mysterious figure that had been goading him into a trap from the very beginning. But none of it mattered. Are you satisfied? The voice was gruffer than before, but that made sense, considering Max's state. Lionel glanced over, but didn't care enough to say something. If Max wanted to avoid this, he should have never acted against him. Your grandfather would have never done this. Max continued, much of his hair covering his eyes. Lionel didn't care to respond directly to that either. Rest up, Lionel said indifferently. From now on, the Suyards will be the vanguard of the Morales. A force art complex enough to split one's mind if it was gazed at too closely, whirled in his palm. Chapter 23:15, published at 14th of November, 2023, 10:46 and 32 seconds a.m. Chapter 23:15. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23:15. Cruelty. Max looked toward Lionel's back, his words escaping him. He should have known someone like Lionel wouldn't be so easily swayed by moral arguments. Even the most caring of people would have their bottom line, let alone Lionel. What Max could have never guessed was that there truly was a point in Lionel's life where the pull of his morality ruled him. Over the years, those thoughts had been overruled, taken over by a man who killed without hesitation and shed blood without blinking an eye. It was difficult to tell for an outsider whether this was the fading of a youthful vigor and naivete, or if it was something else, something deeper. Lionel, as oblivious as he seemed about his own emotions sometimes, was very much aware of everything happening within him. Even if he missed something with his memory, he could go back in time, so to speak, watching the changes that took place step by step and understanding what had brought him to this place. Max would never know the answer because Lionel would never tell him. The old overlord had his own reasons for doing things, and so did Lionel. Seeing that Lionel was about to walk away, unmoved, Max shook his head. The Morales family was simply not to be trusted. These weren't words he thought of due to Lionel, though at this point, even he couldn't deny the animosity that was building up in his chest. Rather, it was pointed toward the hidden undercurrents within that family. If Ishmael was still alive, things wouldn't have gotten to this point, and maybe he would have been marrying his son to an heiress of the Morales instead. But such things couldn't be deliberated over now, especially when things had already reached this point. Lionel had won, for now, and it seemed that his Suyard family would be forced to be hitched to this wagon. Whether they sunk or swam would be all reliant on the shoulders of this cold and detached young man. Lionel stuck to his word. He would turn the Seward family into the vanguard of the Morales. He knew what kind of words were spreading about him and the Morales now, and since these were the thoughts that everyone in the human domain would have about him, he would simply lean into it. He knew how these kind of storms worked. No one would believe that he suddenly became benevolent and started to treat the families he had conquered well. Even if he did, whoever was in the shadows could spin it any number of ways. For example, what if that person planted the seed that those captured by Lionel would be turned into his loyal soul puppets, and that the only reason he seemed to be treating them all well was because he had already captured their souls just like he had shown many times before? The abilities of the fox were powerful, but Lionel had no doubt that it had created quite a number of enemies for them over the years. A family that could one day in the past do a favor to the race like the Pluto, and yet end up regulated to just one descendant locked away in an incomplete world, most definitely couldn't have fallen so far without many powerful individuals wanting it to be the case. And right now, Lionel was watching that play out in real time. He made a mental note to himself that he would likely have to be far more cautious with how he displayed his king's might lineage factor once he left this incomplete world. But for now, there was no use in fretting about it. It was too late to win the war of public perception, and his actions in releasing the young heirs of the weaker 7th-dimensional and 6th-dimensional families was wasted, but that was fine. One of the markers of a great general and strategist wasn't just how good their initial plots were, but also how they adapted to changes in the field. So, he wouldn't try to win it all. Yes, the Morales family were a family of demons. What are they going to do about it? Lionel got to work not long later. His plan was simple. Right now, what remained in his way was the remainder of Shield Cross stars, the Omen family, the Void Palace, and the Godland family. Shield Cross stars was mostly crippled, as was the Void Palace. His greatest worry was that the most powerful of Shield Cross stars, aside from Vega, hadn't made their moves yet. These were existences like Cross Elder Avon and Overlord Sith. He had been avoiding the Omen family until now because he knew they would be the most difficult to deal with. They were the only family capable of mitigating the advantage of Lionel's linked armies because they had wealth and crafting skills comparable to the Morales. Of course, Lionel didn't believe that there was anyone who could match up to him in this regard, but he was just one person. The Spirituals formation had already threatened him a great deal. Who knew what the Omen had prepared? Especially since the Tier 2 starship design that he had improved came from them in the first place. The Void Palace was most crippled too, but there were still hidden cards of the cult that had yet to make their presences known. Lionel hadn't forgotten about the large center of variant invalids that they should have, nor the large number of savants that the Void Palace should have accumulated as well. As for the Godland family, they were a complete wild card. He knew nothing about them, and the souls of the pious ancestors had been completely in the dark. This time, though, Lionel wouldn't be attacking. The time for pushing and launching assaults had ended. He had antagonized the human domain enough, and his next series of plans would only antagonize them more. The next phase of this war would be played on his turf. All were welcome. He would be happy to send them to the grave. One by one, Lionel began to brand the experts of the Seward and half-spirituals that remained, turning them into the loyal warriors. As he did so, the final straw that would break the camel's back descended. A group of demons, wearing Morales armors and wielding Morales spears, appeared in the depths of the Void Palace. There were just 100 of them, but each one radiated a towering aura. As for when they worked together, even the sturdy lands of the Void Palace crumbled and shattered. One by one, they killed every elite of the Void Palace. Nominal disciples, quadrant disciple, galaxy disciples, sector disciples, domain disciples, it didn't matter. Rivers of blood ran, and each of their corpses was desecrated. Each had a hole in their forehead the size of an ethereal glabella. The demons didn't even try to hide their movements as they returned, paving a streak of crimson across the cosmos as they made their way back to Morales land. Then, without a word, they disappeared. All that remained of the once mighty Void Palace were the corpses of the most promising youths of the most powerful families of the human domain. The powder keg exploded, Chapter 23:16. Published at 14th of November, 2023, 10:46 and 32 seconds a.m. Chapter 23:16. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23:16 names them. No losses? Lionel looked toward the small troop of 100 demons, somewhat surprised. He had sent this troop into the Void Palace without his support, with only a single goal: kill. Of course, there were some other caveats about time constraints, efficiency, and the like, but he had ultimately left it up to them to decide the details. The troop was the first batch of his experiments with the golden-scaled koi fish and the tentacle womb. It was years in the making, but it was finally bearing fruit. It was just that he had been waiting to use it at an optimal time. This time, he decided to use them to provoke the human domain. What could be a better tactic to provoke the ire of these powers than to kill their children and their future? He could imagine just how enraged they were now, and whatever plans they had been making would most definitely move forward. But standing here, right here and now, he was shocked. According to the report these demons had brought back, they hadn't just managed to kill a small number, they killed all of them. Not only did they kill all of them, but they didn't lose a single member of their original 100. This troop, his first troop, was built based on the cobra demon that had eaten Lionel alive. They all had beautiful sapphire scales, and their necks and heads were covered in the natural hood of a cobra. Each one stood at over 2 meters tall, and they radiated a dense cold. Their armors matched this cold, fusing them and amplifying them. Lionel had added some of his comprehension of Void Star Force, but honestly, it was limited and not his best work, as he had created these armors even before his breakthrough in crafting. His thought process was that even if this Cobra demon troop was caught and dissected, they wouldn't look any different from normal demons, and on the other hand, his enemies wouldn't have any idea what his current crafting skill was at. But the end result was beyond his expectations, and his provocation had worked almost too well. Looking at the storage device filled with ethereal glabellas, he didn't even quite know what to say. He had personally created, from one cell to a complete living being, an army stronger than the greatest elites of the human domain. He shook his head and sighed. From the moment he learned of the abilities of the Silver Tablet, he had felt that life was far too worthless. And here he was confirming those ideas once more. It was hard to accept for someone like him, whose journey of morality and its push and pulls had once given him the conviction to save all beings. It was funny in a morbid sort of way. Back then, he thought that all lives were equal because they were each immeasurable. Now, he thought the same, but only because all lives seemed to be equally worthless. It was a foundational difference that led to the same conclusion. But what made it worse was the legend of the Northern Star. Life could be created so casually. It even felt that the life and death of those born in these incomplete worlds was no different from a breeze riding the rays of the sun, fleeting and without substance. And yet the end of the world was looming on the horizon, and no one seemed capable of stopping it. These things, how could both be true? Why were they both true? What kind of sick joke built the fabric of reality as it was? Lionel looked toward the demons, his gaze a bit blank. Right now, he was striving to bring his future wife back to life, striving to see his father stand broad and tall once again. But if he really succeeded in either, just what worth did they ever even have? It was a thought he had been running from, and it was like he was being forced to confront it, ironically due to creations of his own. What was more important to him? That lives were worth something more substantial than an outpouring of resources, or that he could always bring those he loved most back to life. If he could bring those he wanted back with a thought, if he truly ever reached a level of power that allowed him to be infallible to such an extent, would acting on his power diminish the worth of the lives he had wanted to save so much? He didn't know the answer. It was another question, one maybe even more profound and complicated than the one that had guided his journey until this point, and it came with a depth of suffocation and helplessness that was even heavier than the first. Lionel gazed toward the demons again. They stood tall, none of them knowing what thoughts were running through the mind of their creator. Their intelligence was no less than that of the demon that Lionel had fought back then, the strength no less as well. In fact, they were stronger, having been constructed to the level of the seventh dimension rather than the sixth. What made the reality all the heavier was the fact that this demon wasn't even from an incomplete world. "What are your names?" Lionel suddenly asked. "Scree." The roars of the 100 threatened to shatter Lionel's eardrums, and Lionel actually began to laugh. He didn't understand their language, but he no longer needed to. With the dream playing, he could sense the intentions of their words directly. Their names? They didn't care about them. They had never had one. They only wanted to fight, to bleed for strength, to crush the bones of their enemies beneath their feet. All of the more complicated things, even if it was just a name, they didn't care to have one. It was a simple and beautiful existence, and one that he unexpectedly envied. Chapter 23:17. Published at 14th of November, 2023, 10:46 and 33 seconds AM. Chapter 23:17. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23:17. A good look to not care, to be carefree. He wanted it, but his mind wouldn't seem to allow him that sort of peace. It was all too easy for many to focus on the next step forward, to chase that next goal, to aspire towards something larger than themselves, but they rarely thought about what it meant to sit at that height. If you really did have the power to wave a hand and make everything you want come true, to force it into being, would it all even be worth it? What a uselessly human thought, Lionel thought, still laughing to himself. He was laughing because he could already see himself taking it for granted, as though he would definitely reach that height, as though he would be proposed with his question one inevitable day. And when that time came, what choice would he make? The question was too complicated, too marred by his own biases, and maybe if not for the level of thought he had achieved, he might not have even considered the question in the first place. "I really hate you demons," Lionel thought to himself, shaking his head. Demons had almost killed him more times than he cared to admit. A demon had eaten him alive. Demons were infiltrating his Morales family. A demon was supposedly his grandmother, toying with his life since even before the day he was born. If this was a novel, he'd feel that the author was far too on the nose with his motifs and literary themes. What a condescending whack job. His life truly looked as though it was the greatest joke. How many existential crises was he going to have? Well, this didn't really feel like an existential crisis. He felt calm as he faced these questions, and it wasn't because he knew the answer, or because he felt that the answer wasn't as important, but he was already certain of what he would do. He didn't know whether they would be worth the same, but he knew that he couldn't allow his life to go by without trying to see his father again. He couldn't allow that silly girl who never listened to him to go to the grave without seeing those that had harmed her mother to be buried first. Even if he found out that their worth really had plummeted just by virtue of his actions, he was too selfish to not try anyway. And for the first time, just thinking these thoughts, Lionel felt that he had finally understood something about himself, his true self. For as long as he could remember, he hated to lose, so much so that even if it required crossing the benefits of his own brothers, he would rather win anyway. James had first had experience with this matter. That day during the championship game, he had known there was something wrong with James. James himself had tried to bring it up earlier in the day, and Lionel had had plenty of opportunity to ask about it. He just chose not to. He chose not to because he didn't want to face the decision of what to do himself. He didn't want to be split between his own desires and helping out someone he cared for. So he had avoided James. He hadn't allowed James to tell him about his plight. Even up until this day, he still didn't know exactly what sort of issues James had faced that day. And why was it? Was it because he hated to lose that much? No, it was deeper than that. He was selfish. He wanted it all. He wanted his brother by his side, and he wanted victory. He was insatiable, and there probably wasn't anyone who could turn him from his own goals. How foolish was it to ask the woman out over 500 times? Even if you felt that she might be interested in you, wouldn't it be obvious after the first handful of times that she had worries and troubles that went beyond her liking of you? He had ignored that. His charisma had made those around him ignore just how ridiculous what he was doing was too. They had even begun to cheer him on, looking forward to the day that he would finally receive his answer. He had manipulated them for his own goals, much like he manipulated everyone else to suit himself. He hadn't cared about what troubles or worries that Aina had had, because all that mattered to him was her saying yes. He didn't care about what might have caused her to be hesitant. All he wanted was that answer. It was something that was constant. It was maybe his one constant. He left his brothers behind on Earth, brothers that he had known since he was a toddler, all to chase a woman who hadn't even given him an affirmative yes yet. Their lives were on their line, and they had actually died. But he didn't care. Aina told him many times that she wanted him to take better care of his life, that she had already lost too much in her life, and she didn't want to lose more, that the lives of everyone he was trying to save weren't worth as much to her as his own. But he hadn't cared, even up until the point she had chosen to leave him. It didn't matter to him. He was on his own crusade. He had a savior complex back then, and he didn't even know how much of that was genuine emotion versus a childish hatred of the fact that he had, well, lost. Thinking about it could make someone quite sick to their stomach. Did he really make the decision to unify the dimensional verse because he wanted to save people? Or was it because his failure in the Valiant Heart Zone stirred his selfish desire to win? How much had it really mattered to him if he was willing to sacrifice the lives of those thousands of warriors that had called a brother, just to revive the brothers that were only dead because he had abandoned them too? Lionel looked down at his hands. They radiated the familiar bronze color of the Morales family. But in his eyes right now, they just looked beaten and bloody. He had finally gotten a good glimpse of himself, free from the restraints of an almighty future self, and his conclusion was quite something. He had never been as good a person as he thought himself to be. Chapter 23:18, published at 14th of November, 2023, 10:46 and 33 seconds a.m. Chapter 23:18. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23:18. Worth Lionel wasn't too shaken by the conclusion. He felt that everyone was selfish in one way or another. The problem was that he was selfish, and he also had the ability to enact his selfishness without the burden of judgment. If you could always manipulate everyone into doing what you wanted them to do, what worry did you have to have about backlash? This, though, was still a bit of an excuse, and he knew it. This was his reality, and he had to decide whether he wanted change or not. But it wasn't that simple, because there was a very strong pull leading him in a certain direction. He still had a strong conviction to save his father and Aina, and he simply didn't see that changing. Lionel clenched his fist and suddenly vanished. Lionel stood high in the skies a long while later, staring down at a devastated scenery. This place was familiar to him, and it could be considered his true first stint into the wider dimensional verse. It was Valiant Heart Mountain, the place linked to maybe the most growth he had experienced in his life. It was a place he owed quite a bit, but just like everything else, he had left it quite selfishly. He had taken everything he wanted from it, and then he had directly abandoned it. Bits and pieces of it were now part of his people, those like Rayon and his wife. Emna was also a remnant from this part of his life. But the mountain was no longer anything. The people that had once called this place home, the elders that had given their entire lives to protecting it and helping it to grow, the excited youths who put their lives on the line just for a chance to enter. It was all reduced to dust now, crushed until nothing remained. Lionel descended and landed on the ground, standing along what remained of the wide road that led to Valiant Heart Mountain. In this place, two mighty pillars had once stood. It was they that pressured the disciples on their ascent up the mountain, and it was also they that also opened the Valiant Heart Zone. Lionel closed his eyes, breathing in the air. The planet was weak, so weak that if he took a breath that was too deep, the trees that had managed to survive the catastrophe of this world would be ripped out and tossed into the air. He remembered the first time he had come to this world. He couldn't even make a dent in the ground with his spear, let rip a tree out from it. And yet, it all felt so feeble. The faces of many crossed his senses. Rollin. It had been a long time since he had thought of that name. He was the best friend of the general, the character he had become in the zone for those 2 years. Or was it a character? Rollin had truly become his best friend. He was different from James. He wasn't a playboy. He had a loving wife, Elise. He was less braggadocious and boisterous, but he was earnest, and he had a kind pair of eyes that could melt the soul. His wife was a perfect match for him. She was weak and didn't have any talent for improvement herself, but Rollin cherished her like a man should his wife, and she had begun to bear his child. When the zone closed, she had yet to give birth, but Lionel knew how hard Rollin had fought just to give her and their child a chance to look into the skies with a smile on their face. Goggles, that pragmatic youth who refused to put his life on the line for anything. And why would he? With his ability index, he never had to. But he had chosen to fight for Lionel, to ignore his usual baser instincts, and fight for something larger than himself. Gertrude, that fiery, red-headed young woman. She had once been a noble woman, but she abandoned her status because she felt that the actions of King Alexander the Apex were vile and disgusting. She had a temper that could rival a dragon's, but a heart of gold. He knew quite well that she was in love with him, but he had ignored her feelings. Even though he and Aina had already been on a rocky road back then, she was still the only woman for him. But she didn't deserve what happened to her. None of them did. He squeezed his eyes shut tighter, but the single tear came anyway. He exhaled a breath. I'm sorry. It was a hollow voice in a silent world. There was no one here to hear it. The ones that deserved to hear it were long gone, because it was an apology that was long overdue. Rumble. Lionel's eyes sharpened as they snapped open. It was a risk to come here, he knew that. War would break out soon of the Morales world, and yet he was here reminiscing. However, when he saw what was before him, his pupils constricted. A portal, a familiar one. It was the Valiant Heart Zone. He could feel it in every sense of the word. He hesitated, but he eventually stepped in. It was all the same. 2 years wasn't even necessary. A few hours wasn't even necessary. Even a few minutes felt excessive. He crushed the zone that had once taken his years to complete in not even a fraction of time. But he felt every second as though it was years. What was the trade-off? He was so powerful now that he couldn't build those relationships again. He didn't get to bask in Roland's kindness, in Elise's sweetness, in Goggles' sense of humor. And why would he? He was far above them. He was an existence beyond even their understanding. The tyrant king that they had feared for so long could only be strung up like a chicken in Lionel's palm. And then he stood before the silver tablet once again, entering its world and looking at the endless spirits who this time, instead of seeming illusory because of their deaths, look as real as could be. He had enough force within his own body right now to revive them all if he wanted. He wouldn't even need external treasures. But that question came back to nag him. If you stood at the top of the world with the strength to make anything you wanted to happen come into existence, if you acted on that strength, would its worth still be the same? Lionel grabbed the silver tablet and poured his force into it. His body acted without his mind's consent, disregarding the question entirely. All he wanted was this pit in his chest to disappear. Somewhere a long distance away, a sigh that Lionel couldn't hear echoed. Chapter 2319, published at 14th of November, 2023, 10:46 and 33 seconds a.m. Chapter 2319. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2319 never existed. Lionel looked at the various souls floating around him and felt a hint of excitement that was doused quickly. How could he remain excited? While it was true a burden that had been weighing him down for so long was finally off of his shoulders, there was another matter that was harder to accept. After a bit of hesitation, he reached forward toward Roland's soul. Roland was someone that Lionel had met long after his falling out with James. After what happened between him and his longtime best friend, Lionel truly didn't think that he would ever connect with a person on that level again. He and James might have been complete polar opposites, but they work in a way that Lionel simply couldn't describe. That wasn't to say that Lionel thought more of James than his other brothers. That wasn't the case at all. Some parents might lie when they said they loved all of their children equally, But Lionel wasn't lying at all when he said that he loved all his brothers the same. What differentiated his best friend from his buddies wasn't how much he liked James, but rather how well they clicked, how well they played off of one another, how well James seemed to compliment him. Now that he understood a bit more about himself, Lionel knew exactly why this was too. Would it even be him if it wasn't for a selfish motive? James was a simple-minded brute, and he was all too willing to deal with Lionel's manipulation. But at the same time, he was sharp and intuitive in a way he himself probably didn't understand. He could pick out Lionel's flaws in a way that others simply couldn't. In a lot of ways, James was like Lionel's litmus test. If he could pull one over on James, then his actions would go unnoticed. In truth, Lionel knew he had probably tipped the scales a bit too far out of his favor. Yet he was a selfish person, but he didn't believe that he had crossed the line to evil, villain, mastermind just yet, treating James like some sort of science experiment. Even so, he knew that there was some truth to this for certain, because although Rollin was also a polar opposite of James, he reflected those very same core traits. He could see through Lionel's nonsense. He could cut right to the core of whatever was ailing them. And if anything, he was a bit sharper than James was, at least when it came to actually articulating his thoughts. He actually reminded Lionel a lot of Joel. Their personalities were nearly identical. And it was amusing because if Lionel had to choose which friend he was the second closest to outside of James, it would be Joel. Their drunk escapades and night of cuddling painted that picture quite well. The difference was just one thing. Joel didn't tolerate Lionel's nonsense at all, once again proven by that drunken night. It was Joel that had brought the liquor that day, and it was Joel who forced Lionel to see that he was less okay than he tried to pretend to be. Lionel didn't want that kind of best friend. Joel wouldn't just call him out like Rollin or tolerate him like James. He would try to force Lionel to change, and it made sense. Joel was a captain in his own right. While on the football field Lionel had been the captain of the offense, it could be said that when the defense was on the field, the leader wasn't Lionel at all. After all, he was on the sidelines. It was Joel who took control of their defense. He was the quarterback of the defense. We put it that way, it was almost sad. Maybe if Joel had been his best friend instead, or rather if he had allowed that to happen, he could have saved himself a lot of pain. But why would he? Why would he allow someone to change him? Did a person as selfish as himself even have that sort of capacity? Lionel grasped Roland's soul, and it shuddered. He undid the restrictions and allowed Roland to break the final barrier to life. Roland practically popped into existence, looking around in confusion for a moment. When he noticed Lionel, he immediately bowed deeply, and it was precisely this that made Lionel sigh. How could this Roland be the same as the other? Of course, no matter how quickly he had completed the zone, he and Roland were still slated to be best friends. After all, it had to be remembered that it was Roland that had given Lionel the first clues on what his role in that zone world would be. But that was the general, and Lionel was Lionel. Roland hadn't had any time to acclimate to them being the same person, and the Lionel that had entered was so far and beyond the best friend he had known that they easily became two separate existences in his mind. To Roland, his best friend had long since died, and the Lionel before him was a completely different person, a person that had crushed King Alexander, the tyrant that had ruled them all for so long with absolute ease. If for no other reason than to ensure his wife remained safe, he couldn't afford to neglect showing proper due respect. Any camaraderie the two had seemed to have gone up in a puff of smoke. Lionel knew that even if he explained things clearly, it wouldn't change a single thing. The Roland of now and the Roland that he fondly remembered would never be the same person. Lionel stoically resurrected them all one by one, the familiar burden that he thought he had left far beyond weighing him down once more. Goggles' previous gusto was nowhere to be seen as he looked around shifty-eyed. Gertrude didn't have that familiar infatuation in her eyes when she looked at him. And Elise, her stomach was decidedly and glaringly flat. Their baby was dead, or rather, it had never existed in the first place. Chapter 23:20. Published at 15th of November, 2023, 1:21 and 3 seconds p.m. Chapter 2320. Fuse or shatter if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2320. Fuse or shatter it took a few hours, but Lionel got to everyone. In truth, this chance had dealt with a problem he had been avoiding all this time: the Oryx. The Oryx Empire had yet to learn that Lionel sacrificed the rest of their people, as Lionel had never told them. Elther would have been an especially important warrior to lose out on, as his potential had yet to be fully unearthed. Originally, he thought about what it would mean to have this chance. Would there be 2 Elthers? 2 Oryx kings? But he had overthought it. There was nothing of the sort. This realization, though, made Lionel certain that someone had a hand in this. Thinking back, how did he even earn the right to enter the true Valiant Heart Zone? He had found a ring on the body of a dead person whose name he wouldn't even remember if not for his infallible memory. That person was as close to a nobody as you could get, and the fact the ring landed in Lionel's hands was still something that felt odd to him. But Lionel could only really deal with one problem at a time. There were too many forces in the dark that wanted to bring him down, and there were very few like this one that actually seemed to help him. He didn't have any more attention to split on this. Lionel shook his head. Even this matter took far too much effort on his part. Years ago, the lives of these people would have been a great benefit to him, but whether it was the humans or the Oryx, they were both far too weak. In fact, that probably wasn't even harsh enough. Back then, King Alexander had killed Lionel just because he had stepped into the 5th dimension. Lionel had been completely helpless against him, and these people were even more. He had almost forgotten. These people weren't in the 5th dimension at all. They were all in the 4th. They were so far from being useful in this conflict that it was laughable. And yet, Lionel still took his time to revive each and every one, giving them a small token of his own personal assurance. All of these people were already familiar with him, not in the intimate sense of the first time he had taken the zone trial, but rather in that they had all seen him defeat the king as he had made certain that they would. The person this seemed to impact the most was Norman the Speedster, or as he had been known in the zone, Norman the Cuckold. And it was precisely because of that name that Norman looked toward Lionel with more passion than just about anyone else. It was thanks to Lionel that the love of his life had finally been released from her shackles. Even during the first trial, Lionel had never been close to this person. In fact, they had ended up fighting in the end, and Lionel almost died at his hands. But it was also because of this that Lionel knew how much potential Norman had. The pure speedster ability index was incredibly rare and extraordinarily powerful when brought to its limits. And at the same time, his former fiancée, though I guess current fiancée now, was yet another monster. Norman's fiancée had had her blood drained by King Alexander for the sake of harnessing her power of life. She had a life force innate node, and just by virtue of that, her lifespan was nigh unlimited. If her blood also carried such power, Lionel also had an inkling that she might also be a blood sovereign, though it was possible that this was just a byproduct of her life force innate node. And then there was King Alexander himself. He was one of the few that Lionel hadn't resurrected, but after he had finished going through everyone, he stared at this looming silhouette for a long time. There was a good reason for that: King Alexander's ability index. The king called himself the Apex. He was able to grant others titles that could strengthen them, and he could also strengthen himself by giving himself such a title. In truth, even when Lionel thought back, he was a shocking talent. Part of Lionel wanted to resurrect him and rein him under his control. But to do that, he would have to first find a resource worthy of resurrecting such a talent. Lionel shook his head. Just how could so many astounding talents be squeezed into this inconsequential zone? It was like once again he was being pointed in this direction. He had thought that when he returned, even if he gained such a chance, these people would just become another burden he had to take care of. But the more he thought about it, even when he reframed the things that happened back then with his current understanding of the world, it was hard to accept just how far ahead these people were. Whether it was Elther, Norman, his fiancée, Alexander, And maybe the most shocking talent of them all, goggles. They were each more ridiculous than the last. But Lionel's hesitation about Alexander went beyond just the mystery of why so many talents would be here. So even whether he should revive such a vile man, it was instead something completely separate. Should he do it? Should he finally absorb a talent that wasn't his own? Lionel hesitated. In the past, he hadn't noticed. His scope was too limited, and his comprehension of dream force wasn't nearly as deep, but now he saw it as bright as day. King Alexander's ability index was a pure dream force ability, maybe the strongest dream force ability index he had ever seen, stronger than even Lionel's despite him not being a savant. The people of his zone had called it royal force, and it had completely thrown him off. But ever since he had come out of the zone, he had never heard another word about this so-called royal force, nor did the Void Library have any information about it. Then he thought about his king's might lineage factor. If there was any ability that would make use of royal force, wouldn't it be it? And yet, it was a lineage factor built completely from dream force. And then, the straw that broke the camel's back was his new comprehension of the second dimension and his new access to the dream plane. Breathing life into a word. That was how Alexander's was described by the people of his zone. But the way Lionel saw dream force now, wasn't it the same? Dream force was said to be the impetus of life, but it was no more than the capacity of thought. That alone gave birth to life. It was the core of what created. If one took a step further than that, force arts were a method of tapping into this sort of language, pulling on the laws of the world with words as well. It was just that they were words the common person couldn't understand. A step further than even that. And his own ability index was just a translation of his own words into an internal change. His ability index highest level was known as control, a perfect internal control that allowed him to in turn exert pressure on the outside world. Alexander's, though, was the exact opposite. It was an exertion of control on the outside. Lionel believed that he had found the other side of his ability index's coin. The question was, if he absorbed this ability index, would they fuse and provide a multiplicative effect, or would they cancel one another out and shatter both? Novel B, 1N. Chapter 23-21, published at 15th of November, 2023, 1:21 and 1:02 p.m., Chapter 23-21. Goggles if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 23-21. Goggles Lionel thought about it for a long time, longer than he wanted to admit. Considering his speed of thought, he knew the right answer immediately, but there was a sort of thirst for power that was pulling him in the opposite direction of the smart choice. He knew well that it didn't make sense for him to take this risk right now. If his ability index changed too much out of his expectations, he would be screwed. He had relied heavily on his ability index to get to this point. He had spent years constructing abilities around it. Even the strength of his spear force, one of his greatest defensive cards right now, was built with his ability index as its foundation. If not for Dream Class, how would he have mastered his grandfather's way of the spear so quickly? And if he no longer had Dream Class, would his insights hold well? He actually felt that he would be fine even without Dream Class because his comprehension had already solidified. But what about into the future? Would he make his path of the spear easier or harder? There was another reason that Lionel was so hesitant as well. Thinking back to his battle with Miguel, the latter had used words to breathe strength into his swords. In fact, his grandfather's methods did something similar with poetry, pulling strength from imagery drawn by word of mouth. This was obviously nowhere near what Alexander's abilities could do, especially when they were scaled down to the fifth dimension. However, what it did say was that an ability index wasn't the only way to access this power. There was some overlap between ability indexes and other power systems that Lionel was certain of. If there wasn't, then how could an existence like King, who could be considered to be near the bottom rung of greater existence, be capable of converting abilities indexes into force arts and gifting them to people? There's a wider tapestry out there that he was just barely missing out on, and the thought made it easier for him to set aside the idea of fusing with a relatively unknown ability now and rolling the dice. Lionel managed to settle his impulses and looked toward Goggles. Almost immediately, the latter shifted into a position that displayed his absolute attention, and Lionel couldn't help but chuckle. Even when this brat was nervous, his antics were still just as amusing. When I start thinking like such an old man. Lionel rubbed his nose. Goggles was young, about 19 or so years old if memory served. When Lionel first met him, they were about the same age. But now that they were meeting in these circumstances, it felt like a lifetime had passed. Lionel had matured. Well, he had at least aged, and it made him look at Goggles like more of a little brother than anything else. Lionel chuckled to himself again, wondering if Goggles' infatuation with Roland's wife was still the same now that so much had changed. Is this guy cracked in the head? Goggles thought, watching Lionel laugh to himself for no reason. He inched away, wondering if the man was thinking about all the evil things had due to him. Listen, boss, Goggles stuttered. I love the attention, but I'm a strictly woman-loving man. If you must have me, at least be gentle, okay? Lionel's lip twitched. Was that the kind of aura he radiated? Well, to Goggles, who had a somewhat gruff appearance despite his lankiness, and whose idea of fashion was the pain of Goggles stuck to his forehead, the shimmering silvery suit that Lionel was wearing did look like only something a man too obsessed with her personal appearance would wear. I've heard that you have a powerful ability? Lionel asked instead. Who'd you hear that from? Who's spying on me? No VLB, and Lionel smiled, getting a bout of déjà vu. When he originally met Goggles, their first interaction was like this as well. The difference was that back then he had been trying to catch a thief who seemed capable of evading him with ease that was far too great. He only managed to catch Goggles after several months of effort and then recruited him to his cause. Or rather, Roland's wife had. Lionel could never seem to convince this brat to do anything or take anything seriously. It made sense, though. Goggles was like an orphan child with too much street smarts for his own good, except he also had an ability index that made him fit that character times 1,000. He always looked out for himself and was always looking for a way out. Lionel almost felt it was a shame that Roland's wife had fallen for him instead of Goggles, but he wasn't going to do anything to change that. There were other ways to get Goggles on board. Plus, the kid had his heart in the right place, and that was all that really mattered to Lionel. Isn't it obvious? Lionel asked with a raised brow. Your exploits are well documented, including a case of sneaking through a particular open window to take a looking at some hanging dash. Whoa. Goggles looked around, his heart beating out of his chest. At the moment, they were all still within the silver tablet, and there were 2 nations worth of people in here who didn't dare to make a peep. He couldn't allow secrets he wanted to take to the grave to be doled out like this. Lionel smiled. Oh, you want to cooperate? Yes. Whatever you say. Call me Lionel in private. Patriarch Morales in public. Yes, Patriarch Morales. Lionel's smile grew. Goggles had a unique ability index, one that Lionel hadn't seen documented anywhere else, much like on his own. So, he chose to call it the Oracle Simulation Ability Index. With enough background information and context, Goggles could naturally predict a series of events with absolute accuracy and avoid any unwanted outcomes. If there was any trump card he would need to save his father, wouldn't it be Goggles? Chapter 23-22, published at 15th of November, 2023, 1:21 p.m., Chapter 23-22. Mass Murderer. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 23-22. Mass Murderer. Lionel believed that there was still more he didn't understand about Goggles' abilities, and maybe even things that Goggles himself didn't understand. That was because the parameters of background information and context that Goggles needed were quite broad. When Goggles had been working for him, it wasn't just information that helped him out, but rather an intimate relationship with the events in question. For example, after Goggles bound himself to the army that Lionel led, he had been able to predict certain things about the outcome of various battles. However, Lionel had realized the more specified Goggles target, the more accurate and clear his predictions became. So, Lionel scaled down Goggles' binding from the army to just a small squadron that had carried the elites of his army, including himself, Rollin, Gertrude, and others. After doing that, Goggles' prediction abilities skyrocketed, and he began to make them more frequently and with more clarity. As such, there were two necessities that bound Goggles: information and a relationship ties or bonds. But this didn't exactly seem to just be a simulation. It seemed to allude to that mysterious force L. Ryan spoke about, the very same mysterious energy that was the reason why L. Ryan didn't form more innate nodes than he needed, and also why stealing innate nodes wasn't something the strongest did. There seemed to be faint ties between the two, and it fascinated Lionel. It also meant that Goggles' ability delved into a force much deeper than what it seemed on the surface. When Lionel first learned of the ability, he had likened it to his own attempts at simulation. But he was very much wrong about that. Goggles was on an entirely different level. Lionel believed that if Goggles had read through the entire library of the Void Palace, he might be capable of doing something similar to Aina, and that he could seek out the perfect path for himself. Even then, the Void Library was limited in its information compared to wider existence. If he fed Goggles this kind of information, just what kind of monster would he become? After all, if stronger relationships and a more focused lens made Goggles' oracle-like abilities sharper and more accurate, what better target was there than Goggles himself? Lionel's gaze became a bit more gentle as he swept a gaze through everyone present. Novel B. 1N. You all may not know me, and rightfully don't trust me very much. You've spent years beneath a tyrant, and those with power aren't exactly the ones you would be willing to put your own lives in the hand of. So, I will give you all power of your own. Grasp the chance I give you, and the King Alexander, the supposed apex that barred your path for so long, will be nothing more than a stepping stone in your path. You don't need to trust my words now, nor do you need to show me some undying loyalty. You won't believe it, and neither would I. Instead, it'll allow you the time to see for yourself. The approach that Lionel took with this batch of people was much different than he did to those of the Morales or the Constellation families, and definitely far different from the treatment he had given the spirituals, religion, and the Suyards. He felt like he owed these people, and for the first time in a long time, he felt like Lionel. Not the Lionel he truly was, but the Lionel he had idealized himself as the warm-hearted, caring person he tried to pretend to be. And seeing the visible relaxation of those here, he felt an unexpected warmth. In the midst of that crowd, though, there was a blazing fire as well, and none were more fiery than Goggles himself. The passion in his eyes would practically rival that of Star's, but it wasn't toward Lionel. It was instead toward what Lionel could provide. When Lionel returned, he half expected to find the Morales territory on fire. But it seemed that the other powers were both more cautious and cowardly than he had thought them to be. If they were smart, they would capitalize on a righteous indignation to bolster their morale. Well, it wouldn't work, but it would still give them a better chance. Of course, unless that mysterious figure was planning something else. Lionel gave the odds of that pretty high, though without more information, he wasn't too sure of the motive of this person, or if they were even human to begin with. What he was most concerned with wasn't the intelligence of this person. He didn't feel that anyone could deal with him on this front. The main issue was that their range in the dream plane seemed unlimited. Even if Lionel was more intelligent than this person, if they could gather more information than him and affect change on a larger scale, he would still be at a disadvantage. But that was precisely why he had chosen to have this final battle on his own home turf. By then, any preparation there was didn't matter. Lionel suddenly smiled before it even happened. Seventh Nova. The voice was booming. Oh my, not even calling me Littlest Nova anymore. That's not very endearing. Lionel walked forward as though he hadn't heard a thing. His current location wasn't the Morales Palace, but rather his personal abode. The residence of the Patriarch was one of the many moons that surrounded the capital planet of the Morales, and he actually had the entire small moon to himself, not that he used most of it. This voice was definitely Ancestor Isa's, though he could already sense the auras of many others. They had actually invited themselves into his home all on their own. It seemed the ancestors were still the ancestors. However, he could also sense the old overlord, and there were actually 3 others that gave off the same overwhelming pressure. How fascinating. Even the spirituals' religion and the Suyards only had 2 overlord apiece, though Max was on another level even compared to other overlords. But the Morales actually had 4. Lionel strolled into his home, finding that the elders of his family had already made themselves comfortable. Splintered flew in all directions as his dining room table was blown to bits, shattering even further even as they flew through the air. How dare you put such a stain on the prestige of the Morales? Ah, so that's what this is about. Lionel nodded. Seemed they were mad. He murdered the Void Palace down to their last man. Chapter 23, published at 17th of November, 2023, 8:30 and 48 seconds a.m. Chapter 23. Terrible grandmother, if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button and again. Chapter 23. Terrible grandmother. Lionel walked in with a smile. What a pleasure. I always love seeing people invite themselves into my home. It's one of the finer things in life. Issa felt her momentum stiffen, as did her face. It was indeed true that it was unbecoming of existences like them to ignore the rules of etiquette so blatantly, but usually when they did so, no one would dare to say much of anything about it. Lionel, though, clearly didn't have this sort of filter. Overlord Morales, or rather the very man who had once held the Morales world spirit, shook his head and sighed. In truth, he was the one who had co-signed to Lionel's actions, but he didn't expect things to go this far. It was hard to defend. Even in war, there were bottom lines that you didn't cross, that you couldn't cross. On the one hand, Lionel had made the Suyards the slaves of the Morales, along with the spirituals' religion. On the other, he had massacred the future of the human domain. Although the strongest of the elites and the youth no longer attended the Void Palace, just how close had they all been to being there? Lionel's actions were simply unacceptable. Was he trying to make them an enemy of the entire world? Is that all you have to say for yourself? Issa growled. Her temper was just as fiery as any other Morales, but it was especially so now. You used demons as an excuse to kill Third Nova, your own blood brother, but now you use demons yourself? Even if you didn't use demons, just your actions alone prove what's in your heart. How dare you? Oh, so it's the moral grandstanding. If that's what it's about, I have all of their ethereal glabellas stored. I can revive them whenever I want. Is it really the same when I have the ability to bring them all back? At worst, they'll just be a little traumatized. As for the demons, so what? I used that as an excuse to get you all off my back. I think you know best the real reason why I've kept Third Nova hidden, and now I'm too bored to keep it a secret. Would you like to investigate the matter? Issa froze. This kind of attitude. The problem wasn't what Lionel was saying, but rather that he was the one saying it. It showed disregard. It showed a sincere lack of respect for them. And most importantly, it showed that even if they turned on him right this moment, he would care, because he could simply subdue them all. At that moment, it was another overlord who spoke. She was significantly younger than the old man. But this was something that Lionel already expected. The world spirit could only be used to extend the life of one overlord at a time. And that had to mean that if the others were sitting here just fine, their age was clearly much less of a factor. Even so, she was still an older woman that looked to be in her 50s. She had buzz-cut hair that made her look somewhat like a monk, and this was only exemplified by the thick prayer beads that hung from her neck and the even thicker rope around her waist. Lionel smiled toward her even before she finished pronouncing her first words, and it made her shudder. Even so, she was an elite and regained her composure immediately. None of us here are your enemies, Seventh Nova. When did I say that you were? Lionel asked. As I see it, our relationship could go one of 2 ways. I could treat you all like the grandmas and grandpas I want you to be, or I can treat you like the elders of a power I need to wrest control from. Which path we take will be up to you. The old woman looked at Lionel deeply. Your words exude a confidence that doesn't match your age. I'm sure you've met my father before. I guess it just runs in the family, Lionel replied. Indeed, but neither you nor your father understood our sacrifices. Neither did your grandfather before him. Are you insistent on following their path as well? I won't be following my father's path, but only because I would like to help the Morales family to rise up with me. If, though, I have to fight and pull for every inch from you all, I would prefer not. I'm sure you understand that the only tie I have to the Morales family is my father, and I guess my uncle. Other ties I don't care much about, and it's becoming very tiresome to have to coddle your feelings, especially after I've already accomplished so much. I've said it once before, and I'll say it again. I don't like to explain myself, and I certainly don't like to repeatedly explain myself. So it could be said that you guys are getting very special treatment. I'm infallible within Morales territory. If they attack this place, they die. It's really that simple. The Constellation families have fallen. The Seward family has fallen. The spiritual religion has fallen. The Void Palace has fallen. Shield Cross Stars has been crippled. Is this still not enough? Silence fell. Even so, I think it's good that you all are here because it saves me the effort of having to go out and look for you all. In the past, I was a bit cautious with exactly how to proceed, given that there's clearly a hidden faction within my Morales family. But now I'm much more confident. How about I give you all a chance to step out on your own? The old man seemed to have aged considerably when Lionel said these words. Was he still too young? Had he been too confident in him? Ah, how interesting. Lionel's eyes suddenly lit up. So you. Lionel pointed out over a dozen individuals instantly, and every time he did, especially from the third one on, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. So tell me, what did my terrible grandmother promise you all? And I've old one in. Chapter 23-24, published at 17th of November, 2023, 8:30 and 46 seconds a.m. Chapter 23-24. Manipulation if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23-24. Manipulation. Lionel's smile didn't fade, even as he said this. The truth was that the difference between now and the matters of the past was his breakthrough in Dream Force. With the dream plane, his senses had sharpened considerably. Maybe on a complete world, experts at this level would be more adept at hiding their emotions, even in the dream plane. But on this world, they were entirely incapable. It made sense in a twisted sort of way. Lionel had already made a guess that the Demoness was responsible for the hidden faction of the Morales. He didn't know why, if there was some larger plan, or if she just found it interesting. But what he did know was that wherever she was, it was easier to manipulate the happenings in this place if everyone was as ignorant of the dream plane as possible. They were practically an open book. He couldn't read their minds, but with his intelligence, sifting through their emotions and figuring out exactly what they meant was as easy as breathing. They simply couldn't hide anything from him. He had known that he would be able to expose them so easily. So why should he hide the true extent of his knowledge? Seeing them react like this, he almost felt a childish sort of satisfaction. His rage toward that woman had been buried deep, but it hadn't vanished. Knowing that there were existences here that were her pawns really made him want to do something he knew he would regret. No matter what Lionel did, the truth was that he didn't want to be surrounded by enemies. It was tiresome to have to plot and scheme everything. He missed having Aina by his side. She was a partner he had never felt the need to question, a woman he trusted without hesitation. And OVL1 at the very least, he still had his mother. She wasn't here now, but Lionel knew that she was likely not far away. If he really needed her, she would be here. It was just that her presence wasn't necessary, because as he had said, he was undefeatable in Morales territory. Nobody wants to say anything. Lionel shook his head, pulling up a seat between his legs and leaning his chin on its backrest. The old overlord looked toward Lionel deeply. Has he underestimated this boy again? Judging by the reaction, it seemed that he hadn't just picked out these people randomly, but how had he done it? Suddenly, the overlord sensed something familiar, and his pupils constricted. That ability, The last time he had seen it used was Velasco. But the difference was that Velasco didn't care enough to do anything about it. Velasco didn't like his mother, but for whatever reason, he didn't carry actual hatred for her. Others might not understand this, but Lionel definitely did. Back when Eleanor was nothing more than a vague figure in Lionel's mind, he hadn't thought about her. He hadn't pined for her. He hadn't even cared to meet her. Part of this was because of his own personality, but there was another reason that he never really put into words. His father was his hero, the strongest man he knew, and a mythical figure in his mind. The idea of a woman leaving him wasn't something he even wanted to confront, so he simply didn't. In all likelihood, Velasco was the same. He was willing to give up so much just to take down the man responsible for his father's death. Even if he never said it in so many words, it was clear that Lionel's grandfather's place in his father's heart was the same as his own father in his own. There might be other reasons, but this was the explanation that Lionel vaguely accepted. It probably wasn't something that most would immediately jump to. Your grandmother? The old woman spoke slowly. Oh, Lionel's brows shot up. Now, this is much more interesting. You actually don't know. The old woman went by Overlord Gilliana. She was known for her poise and calm, but this situation was making it difficult even on her. I've been wondering for a long time how all this worked, what was your goal, what purpose this all had, so they'll get a few guesses out of the way. The least you guys can do is listen to my thoughts, right? After all, you already invited yourselves into my home. Lionel continued without waiting for their response. A long while ago, I ran into two interesting families. Well, three. Technically, though two are basically attached at the hip. They call themselves the Radix, the Midas, and the Flora families. Each one of them had a lineage factor that was fascinating to me. One of them could breathe life into ores, making them react more like organic matter than inorganic. One of them could eat fire much like we can eat metals, incorporating them into their strength and gaining strength from them. And the final one had an extraordinary amount of vitality that could be applied in all sorts of unique ways. Lionel's palms suddenly flipped over. A chalice, a ball, and a flickering, undying flame. They radiated much weaker auras now than they had in the past, a consequence of passing the lineages to so many. But even so, within the walls of the Morales territory, they seemed to explode with life once more, gaining a second and even third wind. Of course, this was because Lionel had helped them along with the Morales world spirit. All of the ancestors present felt themselves stir, particularly those that Lionel had pointed out. These lineage factors didn't seem to have much to do with our own, but I kept feeling this nagging sensation, a sensation that made me feel as though they were linked, that they might even be one and the same. Lionel shook his head, putting the items away. Now, I know that these weren't really my own thoughts. At the very least, I didn't experience them so boldly. It was at best a kernel of suspicion I had. No, the real reason I was so certain was because someone had manipulated me into believing it was so. Chapter 23-25. Published at 17th of November, 2023, 8:30 and 45 seconds a.m. Chapter 23-25. United if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23-25. United Lionel scanned the room calmly. I thought long and hard about why it was that an existence like the Demoness would care so much about this matter, but then someone told me a little story, a story about godlike beings finding the human race to be extremely convenient test experiments for their paths. Then it all clicked for me. The Morales were convenient lab rats, and my grandfather was probably a man who broke through certain barriers that the Demoness was looking for. So, she chose to sire a child who ended up being quite a success in my father, and she even managed to reproduce the success with my uncle. But it was also very curious. My uncle was clearly far less powerful than my father, so why was that? Why would she purposely seal away one of her sons and only allow one of them to thrive? I didn't know the answer to this one either, at least not initially. But then, Lionel laughed. letting his words hang for a bit. I bet you're seeing a little bit of a pattern here, aren't you? I don't know, something, and then I suddenly conveniently do. It's enough to drive you crazy. Is it really because you're so smart, so intelligent? Or is it because I'm being manipulated again? Seeing the glare he was getting, Lionel's smile deepened, and he didn't seem to mind it. The charisma that exuded from him was palpable, but all these ancestors could feel was that uncomfortable uncertainty that they too were being manipulated. But then, Lionel continued, I learned of the dream plane. It is worse than a two-way street. It's a street of infinite lanes and paths, ones that can be used by a countless number of people. I wondered if the Demoness was making so many moves in this small world, just how many of them could be hidden. If she could even sense her name being spoken, what could bad actors sense should they wish to do so? So, she took precautions. She only allowed one of her sons to thrive. She didn't take action when her sperm donor died. And she even split the lineage factor she was working on into several pieces until the time was ripe. She buried much of her influence into the psyche of the Morales, keeping many of you in the dark, splitting you into factions, stirring the confusion to the point that even you all thought you were on different sides. And now, she expects me to pick up the pieces. After all, I was the one that fused her precious lineage factor into one, and am also the one that needs to succeed in the trial the Cataclysm Zone has planned for us, so I could deliver myself to her in one piece. She can't have any scratches getting on me. Now, could she? I'm her precious lab rat, grandson. She also can't let me risk my safety any more than I already have. So how could she let me use my bloodline freely? That would make it possible for her enemies to sense me, and that would ruin my chances of staying alive until I fell into her clutches. Lionel's smile was still there, but was decidedly dark and cold. The chill in the room now had far less to do with the ancestors, and those that had yet to meet Lionel before only now realized just the level of horror they were facing. The entirety of the Morales sector seemed to bear down on them. It was the kind of heart-rending pressure that made them all want to fall to their knees. Lionel waved a hand, and at that moment, a startled third Nova appeared, causing Issa's expression to change several times. First came astonished relief, then confusion, then a hint of embarrassment, then rage, before it all came crashing down into a helpless sigh. He really played them all. Regardless of what you all think of me, I am not a bloodthirsty person, especially not toward my family. You say that I turned the human domain against you all, but I'll say it again. The human domain is already against you all. There has been no room for negotiation ever since my father died. He was far more of a deterrent than any of you all know. I would like our family to be a united front. But if you can't trust me to do what I need to do, even after all I've already accomplished, then say so now. Because if I learn of it later and trust me, I will learn of it my reaction will be as cruel and ruthless as what all the others have experienced. In Viro Volbin, if you want to be a separate faction then I would allow you to be a separate faction, and I would also treat you as such. Third Nova stood blankly, not quite knowing what to say or so. He didn't understand what was going on, but judging by the situation, Lionel had succeeded in becoming patriarch. But Lionel's standing as patriarch seemed to be far beyond anything he had ever seen before. Just why were so many ancestors gathered here? Just what? He felt his heart tremble. You, where? Lionel gave Third Nova a glance, and the latter froze in place. He regretted that he had spoken immediately. He had wanted to ask about his demon companion, but just what was this presence? Lionel's gaze suddenly flickered as he looked up. It seems that our time has come to an end. By this time tomorrow, the human domain will be united as one. I hope that in that time, the Morales will also be as united, or else I'll have to shed the same blood here as I have outside. Lionel stood, a halo of light descending toward him as he vanished, leaving a stunned Third Nova and a group of elders without the words to speak. Chapter 23-26, published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:08 and 36 seconds a.m., Chapter 23-26. Wrong path if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23-26, Wrong path when Lionel walked out of his residence. A shadow of swirling dark energies appeared over his shoulder. Little Blackstar's body was almost a meter long by this point, but he still insisted on acting like he was still an infant. Even so, his antics brought a smile to Lionel's face as he patted the little guy on the head. "How about it? Did it help you out?" "Yep," Lionel smiled. Little Blackstar still couldn't and probably would never be able to speak human language, but that didn't mean that the little guy hadn't matured. Lionel could sense his thoughts becoming more complex, and what he wanted to express was likewise much more complex. The little guy was bragging again, but Lionel knew the truth. Little Blackstar hadn't made much progress at all, though he had already expected this. Little Blackstar had ignored the corpse of the Shadow Tail and had instead focused on the Void Beast carcass against Lionel's recommendations. The little guy wanted to take a large leap immediately rather than taking one step at a time, as was only natural. It seemed that Ano wasn't the only one consumed by wanting to keep up with Lionel. In the past, if one were comparing talents alone, Little Blackstar had thought that he was even beyond Lionel. After all, those days where they had first met, Little Blackstar had actually almost killed Lionel several times. Of course, the little one hadn't really understood what he was doing back then, but the truth was still the same. If one had to power scale Lionel and Blackstar back then, the latter would have been far superior. Since then, the reverse had become true. What was most amusing about it all was that the way their relationship was formed, Lionel was technically the beast to Blackstar's master. They hadn't formed it normally, and as a result, Blackstar could sense Lionel's state far clearer than the latter could do the reverse. Blackstar watched as Lionel got further and further away every day, and as his thoughts grew more complex, the sort of dissatisfaction he would feel and then lash out toward little Tolly would have become a strong drive to be better instead. It only made it worse that Tolliver had returned with such a great boost to his power as well. Why should he have to take one step at a time when his rival had taken such a large leap immediately? Lionel smiled somewhat bitterly. In the beginning, it was true that Blackstar could feel his state and hear his thoughts far clearer than he could do the reverse. Back then, he was so pathetic that he couldn't even stop this troublemaker from turning him into his beast companion. But how could it still be the same now? Blackstar's mind might as well have been an open book to him. Just think about it, Blackstar. You have the bloodline of a void beast within you, and I have a feeling that I was far too hasty back then, forcing you to swallow that kind of strength. You could have very easily died. I'm happy that you did, but I have a feeling that I stalled your progress as a result. Absorbing too much too early, instead of supplementing you, just buried what potential you had. That's my fault as your companion, but don't let my mistake be what keeps you anchored for so long. I want you to follow me for a lifetime, so do as I say and not as I do. Okay? Little Blackstar's large black eyes, reflecting like two beautiful marbles, blinked. His whiskers drooped a bit, and his large body seemed to sink into Lionel's shoulder. Yep, Lionel smiled bitterly. From what he had learned in the Void Library, beasts progressed easier than humans, but time worked differently for them as well. Little Blackstar was an infant when Lionel met him, and even after experiencing a 20-plus year time dilation, he was still an infant. Little Blackstar might have to turn a century old before he could transition into adolescence. Lionel realized that he had been too hands-off with the little guy. If he had never done anything to alter little Blackstar's path, he could continue to be. The problem was that he had pumped Blackstar full of a bloodline that wasn't his own, causing the usual instincts Blackstar would have had toward his path forward, something innately born to him as a beast, to dull considerably. It was all Lionel's fault. He had messed with things he shouldn't have when he was far too ignorant to do so, and now Blackstar was suffering the consequences. No VLB/1 in somewhere within Blackstar. There was talent and potential strong enough to consume Void Beast blood without dying. Blackstar needed to take his time building up through the ranks, starting with the Shadow Tail, so that he could understand exactly what the Void Beast bloodline represented. The god beasts of destruction had built a perfect step-by-step plan on how to become one of them. The Dark Northern Star lineage factor was that blueprint, and Blackstar had it before him. Once Blackstar perfectly understood what was Void Beast within him, and what was his own talent, then he could begin to properly separate them and maximize the use of both. Little Blackstar was special, he knew that. If you could just inject Void Beast blood into a person and gain their abilities, then why was it that they had to experiment with humans? Why not just find a whole bunch of beasts and pump them full of their bloodlines? And yet, he had done exactly that with Little Blackstar. Suddenly, Lionel's eyes lit up. Indeed, Little Blackstar was just an infant, or maybe a toddler by this point. Why was he trying to talk to him like an adult? So he stopped holding back, telling the little guy of something he had thought of much earlier. As Lionel spoke, he strolled toward the battlefield as though Morales territory wasn't under threat of imminent collapse. Chapter 23-27, published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:08 and 35 seconds a.m. Chapter 23-27, today. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, Chapter 23-27 today. You got it. ITLL make you really cool, I promise. Little Blackstar's eyes lit up. When he thought about it, what Lionel said made sense. He had always wanted to change shape like Little Tolly. That annoying bastard always got the good stuff. But if he did things like this, he really would have a chance at finally one-upping that guy. He was so excited that he vanished in a swirl of darkness, then came back not even a half second later to lick Lionel's face on the left, vanished again to lick him from the right, before finally disappearing into the segmented cube. Lionel smiled. What he had told Little Blackstar was based on his speculation, but he felt that it was very close to the truth. The strongest ability of Little Blackstar, one that he had from the very beginning, was his mimicry. While it was true that Lionel had triggered it with a bloodline he had traded from his uncle, that was a bloodline that was within Blackstar from the start. The mimicry bat had only helped Blackstar to trigger it, different from the Void Beast blood that threatened to alter Blackstar's path completely. This was only further proven with the ability that Little Blackstar gained after entering the 7th dimension. Rather than using his ridiculous offensive power, or even using the anarchic force he had gained control of as a defensive barrier, Little Blackstar did something that left Lionel speechless. During the Air Wars, Little Blackstar had used his force to form illusions of great beasts like the dragon Lionel had ridden into battle. Of all the methods of using anarchic force, this was probably the absolute worst, and the Void Beast definitely didn't have an ability like this either. The Void Beast, with a god beast of destruction, why would it have to turn into anything else? And could it even mimic other creatures in the first place? Something that was clearly a branch of creation if it was so obviously on the path of destruction? It didn't make sense, but it was also because of that Lionel was more assured in his assumption of what Little Blackstar's original path was. The Shadow Tail was unironically perfect for Little Blackstar as a result. The amorphous, flexible blobs of darkness, that endless curtain of fog that could be anything, become anything. What could be better for Little Blackstar? Of course, Lionel couldn't just explain things so clearly. He had been treating Little Blackstar as an equal from the very beginning, and that hadn't changed. But that had skewed his perception. Little Blackstar was still a child, and should be guided as such. So, instead of talking logic, he goaded the little guy a bit. Tolliver and Blackstar had had a rivalry from the very beginning. Rather than using it as a negative and trying to suppress it, he chose to do the opposite. He bet the next time Blackstar came from his seclusion, the little guy would finally show some real improvement. Ah, we're here. Lionel looked up to find death and carnage strewn all around him. But as for how much of that was the Morales well, 0. Starships of all shapes and sizes lit up the skies, not with their lasers, but rather their destruction. Lionel knew what this was. It was just a first wave. Although he had seemed to just be on a light stroll, with the strength of the world spirit, he had already traveled to the edge of Morales territory. There weren't any powerful seventh-dimensional families among their number. These were just the sixth-dimensional families, riled up by the losses of their children and then goaded into action as the vanguard of this attack. The truly powerful ones were still watching on, but they had likely never guessed that things would be like this. This was just the edge of Morales territory, and yet they hadn't even managed to make much headway at all. As for why, that was all too obvious. The suppression of the Morales territory was unlike anything the human domain had faced off against in the past. Sending talents of the sixth dimension here was akin to sending lambs to the slaughter. N/O/V 1/1. And not only were they suppressed, but the boost to the Morales themselves was enormous. Even at the worst, many of the Morales fought easily 3 tiers above their strength, which was a watershed in any dimension. Some of the more talented Morales, who could communicate with their constellation on a deeper level, could fight upward of an entire dimension above. To make matters worse, the Morales was only strengthening every day. Usually, just taking over one territory would have a slow process. But combining the slow process of over a dozen territories, 2 of which were on the same level as the Morales, had large cumulative effects. Since the first attack, the Morales world spirit had strengthened by at least 10% already, and the longer this war dragged out, the stronger the effects would be. Though, Lionel had no intention of dragging things out. He knew that they would realize that they didn't have much of a choice. After all, if they did nothing as the Morales bided their time and grew stronger, one day they would die anyway. They would come. Once they understood that using these few six-dimensional families as cannon fodder would be useless, they would attack. So, Lionel thought that he might as well help them out. A gentle light of silvery gold illuminated his emulation spatial force innate node. The light wafted from the back of his neck, growing fiercer and fiercer. He stretched his hands out, and countless clones appeared, each one raising 2 hands into the mock form of a bow without one in sight. Even so, the bow force energies of the world began to accumulate even as the clones continued to appear. Thousands, then millions, then billions, then hundreds of billions. If one had a mind as sharp as Lionel, it would be possible to see that he had formed the exact number of clones he needed to match the changing experts of the six-dimensional families and organizations. And then he sentenced them all to death. The skies were washed in a blinding golden curtain of arrows, and the battlefield fell into silence. This battle. There's no need for any more Morales blood to be shed. I will fight it alone. This battle for the human domain would end today. Chapter 23-28, published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:08 and 33 seconds a.m. Chapter 23-28. He too. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 23-28. He too. The deaths came in a single, world-ending tidal wave. In one moment, the battlefield was flooded with sounds of battle. And in the next, it was like a god had descended from above, snapping his fingers and ending it all in an instant. If you want to challenge the Morales, I would advise you to bring the best you have. Gravity warped and flexed, several Tier 1 starships appearing on the horizon. In fact, several wasn't enough to describe it. There was easily a fleet of hundreds. The number was more than Lionel thought possible. Tier 2 starships already took up a great amount of resources. The wealth required couldn't even be counted in terms of normal numbers, and rather had to be assessed with the revenue of capital cities instead. But even then, what was required to form Tier 1 starships was orders of magnitude beyond. According to Lionel's calculations, the human domain shouldn't only be capable of producing 24 Tier 1 starships. This number was almost 10 times that. Lionel's lip curled. The only explanation was that the Omen family hadn't just improved the design of Tier 2 starships. They had made a huge stride in improving Tier 1 starships as well. This wasn't surprising to Lionel. It was within his expectations at odds about 60%. Why would a family like the Omen family waste their best trump card on the Air Wars unless they had a trump card that was even better? The only reason he hadn't assigned an even higher probability was because it was potentially true that the Omens had found his death to be a worthy exchange. He was the link between the only two eighth-dimensional worlds of the human domain, after all. But even so, this was a bit outside of his expectations. This meant that the breakthroughs of the Omens on the crafting front were beyond what he had thought of them. He still believed himself to be the best crafter of this incomplete world, but compared to the Omens had spent too little time at that level. Just months ago, he didn't have the capability of improving the Tier 2 starships like Cynthia had. He had to rely on his enlightened self to do so. Improving Tier 1 starships was even further beyond him. Even so, he didn't change his plans. His clones vanished in a blink, and he clasped his hands behind his back, standing before the strength and power of the whole human domain. At that moment, he couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath through his nose. The feelings within him were complex, not because he feared losing, not because he was worried about the outcome, but because of how far he had come, and yet how far he still felt that he had to go. With his memory, he could remember being 17 years old as though it was just yesterday. So much had happened since he was thrust into that mind zone. He had bled, he had lost, and most importantly, he had climbed. For most of it, he was aimless, without purpose and without drive. He never really felt the need to find what his drive might be either. And yet, he never really felt the emptiness that should have come from that. Humans weren't meant to be aimless. It didn't sit well with them. It led to a pit of darkness that even the people with the greatest opinions of themselves couldn't easily climb out with. Now that he was finally free of those chains that had bound him for so long, he really wanted to think about it. What drove him? What did he want to get up every day and do? Now that he could truly know what freedom was. He smiled, his eyes still closed. Was little Black Star the only infant here? If he took a step back, his current mental state had probably stagnated at 17 years old, as that was the day Earth left the third dimension, and the influence of his future self descended. If he took another step back, even if he never increased his strength, he could easily live for hundreds of years. So how old could he even really be counted as right now? He guessed that maybe he deserved to be a bit aimless right now. No, he wasn't aimless, not in the same sense as before. Instead, he was looking, searching with an open mind and all the potential in the world at his fingertips. He might as well aim high, right? Velbenu never wanted to be a quarterback anyway. Those words echoed in his mind. They had been said by James all those years ago. Indeed, he had never wanted to be a quarterback. All his life, his next step had been chosen by others. Whether it was the genetic assessment of Earth, his future self, his terrible grandmother, even his father to some extent. Every step had been chosen for him or forced. Lionel angled his face upward. Even with his eyes closed, he felt that he could sense it, the looming presence of the Northern Star. It was everywhere, and yet located in just one place. The end of all things. I'd like to lay eyes on that, one day. Not because I think you'd be beautiful, though maybe you would be, in a sense. I just want to understand. What was a common thread linking every choice he had made? At the very least, what was the underlying philosophy? When he had chosen to be a king, it was because he couldn't understand how to value a life. When he gave up on being a king during the Air Wars, it was because his concept of the equivalency of every life had collapsed. Ultimately, he never really cared about life itself. He wasn't cut out to be some holy saint or savior. He was too selfish. What guided him forward was his will to know, his will to understand, his will to grasp the truths of the world. Lionel's heart beat once, and the echo roared across the human domain. He, too, was a Y-star order. A stream of golden light radiated out from Lionel. Chapter 23-29, published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:08 and 32 seconds a.m., Chapter 23-29. Y-star order if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 2329 Y-Star Order Lionel felt a level of strength coursing through his veins unlike anything before. This wasn't because he had suddenly gained a large influx of energy. If anything, it was the exact opposite of that. The energy in his body was decidedly less, or rather, the energy that he could sense and feel was, as though greedy and finally feeling that they were being put to proper use, Lionel's cells greedily absorbed light force and star force from all directions, and then in an odd turn of events, it likewise began to swallow large amounts of dark force on top of that. Lionel heard the words Wise Star Order echo in his mind, and he was surprised. He had stated himself to be a Wise Star Order even before he understood the implications. It was as though the title had been buried deep within his soul and had only been waiting for a moment to burst through. In the instant it did, his lineage factors, while remaining the same, somehow also grew leagues more powerful, jumping forward in efficiency by leaps and bounds. He had always felt that his fire force and dream force affinities were beyond all of his other talents, the latter of which was quite a measure beyond even the former. But now he felt like his light force and star force affinities were making movements of their own, rising up until the point they actually began to match his fire force affinity. Things that he hadn't been able to quite understand in the past suddenly became as open as a book, and soon afterward his dark force affinity caught up as well. Large swaths of destructive aura exuded from Lionel as he made a breakthrough in his Scarlet Star Force with a mere thought. In that instant, it stepped a half foot into the impetus state. His fire force affinity had always been nigh impossible to match by most he came across, but ultimately, Scarlet Star Force was formed of 3 legs, not just one. There was Fire Force, Star Force, and Light Force. And now, with the power of all 3 gently bobbing in his hands, the complex runes he hadn't been able to see through took shape in his mind as clearly as if he had drawn them himself. At the same time, a memory within himself unlocked, and he recalled. Yes, this was a feeling he had felt before, or rather, a feeling that his enlightened self had felt. It was no wonder he was able to become a starry-tailed fox back then so easily. It was no wonder he had been able to draw all of those runes on his innate node. It was no wonder. His enlightened self had already felt what it meant to be a Wise Star Order, what it meant to cross that final barrier and become the man the god beasts of creation had bestowed the right of bookkeeping to. It was then that Lionel also came to understand something else. When he first began his journey, he thought that his insane dream force affinity came from his ability index. When he learned of his so-called grandmother, he believed that it came from her bloodline instead. But now he understood the true root. His dream force affinity, his greatest reliance, and an affinity he couldn't properly scale even if he wanted to. An affinity that even the god races would likely be unable to scale, wasn't a product of just one series of factors at all. Rather, it was a combination of everything. His ability index, his bloodlines, his title, and, likely the result of his future self, reaching such an unprecedented level of control in the dream plane that he came to benefit from it. He was an anomaly, a series of coincidences brought to a head in a single body. A race of sovereign demons, the experiments of the god beasts, and the natural inborn talent of an ability index that could be summarized in a single word. Control. The Morales territory rumbled and began to change. At that moment, in the core of the planet Lionel stood upon, large waves of dream force began to take shape, taking hold of the large sums of force, bending them, and then beginning to mold them into a force art that any expert would recognize quite clearly. The protective formation of the spiritual's religion. The planet rumbled as dust particles began to flutter wildly, dust particles that were none other than the solidified manifestation of force. NO/V/E//E/LB/1. And Lionel punched out a single time, and the world froze. A hole the size of a planet was torn through a Tier 1 starship. The strength of the fist traveled across a distance that could be measured only in light years, and yet it didn't lose its strength in the slightest. Lionel, who had been patiently waiting for his enemies to get into range, no longer needed to. Or, rather, his range had increased to the point that everything else was superfluous. They had already entered his domain. He punched out again, and then again. Every time he did so, the hearts of the Morales below would feel as though they were being crushed, and yet the excitement in their eyes was palpable. When Lionel said that he would fight alone, they had hesitated. They had been wary of what this would truly mean. Was their patriarch overestimating himself a bit too much? But their questions were answered instantaneously. It was far too far to hear anything, and they couldn't even feel the deaths of the families that had been their competition for millennia. But that only made it all the more surreal. Tier 1-star ships, the greatest offensive firepower of the human domain, couldn't even get close beneath Lionel's might. One after another, fireworks echoed and large shock waves resonated. It would take several days for them to even reach the planet, but by then, would it matter? What could get beyond Lionel's formation? Chapter 2330. Published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:08 and 31 seconds a.m. Chapter 2330. Destroyed if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2330. Destroyed. The final sight of many was nothing more than a blinding flash of light. Never did they think that their lives would end so simply, so cruelly. And yet, this was the reality of the world. These large families knew this. Just how many had they snuffed out just like this on their rise to power? Too many. And not a single one of them were acknowledged in the annals of their history. Not a single soul. The reality that they would become one such existence in a long line of many only barely sunk in before they were crushed. Lionel stood high in the skies, shaking his head. He had been looking forward to this battle, but the moment he had heard that voice in his head, he knew that it was a waste of time to have cared so much. The truth was that in Morales territory, he was, indeed, invincible. However, it was all relative. After he gained access to the dream plane, his ability to control the world spirit of the Morales and their constellation had reached an entirely new level, and the him of then could defeat the him of before without even breaking a sweat. Once he sensed that he was a wise star order, though the largest changes weren't to his affinities at all, or even his lineage factors for that matter. Rather, it was to his mind. The cells that had most greedily swallowed the surrounding dark, light, and star force were the neurons of his brain. In truth, by this point in his advancement, Lionel had already begun to stray away from what his body alone could provide him, at least when it came to matters of his mind. He found it much more important to strengthen his dream force and increase his intelligence that way than to think about the pathways of his physical brain. But it seemed that he had underestimated the use of the body a bit too much. There was clearly much he still had to learn. If he thought about it, though, this made perfect sense. Why was it that separating the soul from the body was so important if the body didn't also play a great and important role? The unfortunate part, though, was that he didn't get his battle. While his dream force hadn't improved, with the sudden superpowering of his mind, his efficiency in its use had skyrocketed. As a result, he was able to fully copy the formation of the spirituals in an instant, then use the Morales world spirit to amplify its function. Like that, he was able to launch an attack that surpassed the bounds of their current solar system and crushed the Tier 1 starships in its wake. He had an inkling of what these families wanted to do. They were likely biding their time, being cautious. They probably had several more waves of warriors to send forward just to probe the situation. Lionel also didn't believe that these families would go down without a fight. He was about as strong as his father before Velasco broke into the ninth dimension back then, or at least the power his father had displayed. From Lionel's understanding, it was likely that his father had maybe used 1% or 2% of his strength while at the pinnacle of the eighth dimension. He probably had the strength to kill King without breaking into the ninth dimension. The reason his father had been forced to break through, and thus withstood the backlash as a result, was because his attack needed to make it through a restriction of worlds and still be strong enough to kill King on the other side. This aside, Lionel believed that he was at least as powerful as what his father had displayed in the 8th dimension with the support of the Morales territory, bolstered by his king's might lineage factor, the world spirit, and their constellation. At least this was true before he became a Y-Star Order. The power his father had displayed back then was powerful, but not infallible. It could easily crush overlords and deal with a few Tier 2 starships, but it couldn't easily deal with Tier 1 starships. That would have required several plans and schemes on his part, not to mention a deep understanding of crafting. By his simulations, he would have needed to withstand the destruction of at least 25% of Morales territory before he would come out victorious. 50% if Shield Cross Stars or the Godland family managed to take out something that really surprised him. Of course, he still had every intention of coming out victorious, and he wasn't very worried. But even he couldn't expect that he wouldn't even need to risk so much. All of his enemies had been crushed by a sudden breakthrough. Lionel looked up. It seemed that state of mind was more important than he knew, that mysterious calm-like energy L. Ryan mentioned. It looked like he still had a lot to learn. Vast Bubble, a young woman, with her head buried in a well of water, suddenly shot back up, gasping for breath. She regained her calm quickly, but she still felt her heart beating out of her chest. She had only been in the water for what must have been a split second of a split second in this world, but she had experienced many months, and the result made her feel completely drained, as though she had truly experienced the entire time underwater. If Lionel had been present, he would recognize this person immediately. Cynthia Omen, the scorned Queen Beauty, N/OVE/1B1. And but what was she doing here exactly? You've seen what you needed to see. A voice came. My family has been destroyed. The voice stopped, not having expected this. In truth, this was quite embarrassing. They had promised Cynthia that the warning was silly, and even gave her a chance to observe, but the result. Cynthia slowly wiped the water from her face. You can begin the selection now. I would truly like to see how far he can go. Any one of those people, if placed in the Void Palace, would be guaranteed to become a domain-ranked disciple. Cynthia's words were cruel, but they were the harsh reality. While you do that, though, Cynthia suddenly said when the voice thought she was finished. This should be the Cataclysm Zone that the youths of my world were sent to, correct? In that case, you should have some information on him, no? Can I have that? Mauve looked out into this distance, still standing within the Godland Garden. From time to time, he would mumble something unintelligible beneath his breath, and then shake his head in exasperation. It's time to go. Matriarch Pious voice drifted over. Mauve frowned. Are we really going to go just like this? I've yet to teach that brat a lesson. How old are you? Fuck you. I guess I should report this sort of insubordination. You've gotten too free and loose with your tongue. Did you just forget that I'm your elder brother? Mauve asked with exasperation. You look like you should be my grandfather instead, but you act like you're my son. Mauve ran a hand down his face. This is what I get for volunteering to come to this godforsaken, time-dilated shithole. I would have volunteered myself if I knew you would waste our efforts like this. Come, there's no time to lose. Not every plan can go perfectly, and it's time that we return. You'll have your chance to get back at the child. After all, without us, even if he does defy all odds and places first among all these incomplete worlds, how will he survive? The Dream Pavilion and the cult have lost quite heavily at his hands. They won't let him survive without a heavy price. Mauve's eyes lit up when he heard this. Indeed, there would be a chance after all. He barely stopped himself from rubbing his hands together when he thought about Lionel being forced to ask for his help. Well, it wouldn't be his help, but rather the help of the Godland family. But that was just semantics. Lionel shook his head. Maybe he had been a bit anxious. Those Tier 1 materials could have been useful. Well, it was fine even if everything else was destroyed, so long as their fusion cores were still fine. With them, he would be able to do everything he needed to. And that he did. Lionel didn't know exactly what was coming, but his goals stayed the same. Once he finished consolidating matters in the human domain, he would march onto the other domains. What he didn't know was that he wouldn't even get the chance. Not even a day later, Lionel received a message. To his shock, it was actually from his grandfather, Emperor Fox. Lionel had been avoiding the topic of Earth for a while now. On one hand, he wanted to unify the human domain, but on the other, he didn't know if his grandfather would just hand Earth to him, and he also didn't know how he felt about waging war against his own kin. When he entered the Ascension Empire's palace for the first time in a long while, he found his grandfather waiting. However, he didn't even get a chance to speak before the whole dimensional verse rumbled as though it might split at the seams. Prepare for combat, mere mortals. Fight for a chance to serve the gods. A voice blanketed reality itself, seeping into their very pores. Chapter 2332. Published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:08 and 30 seconds a.m. Chapter 2332. Downfall if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 2332. Downfall. Lionel looked up into the skies and sneered. They had some nerve calling themselves gods, but he guessed that this made sense. Their goal would be to subdue the powerhouses that came out. Unless they formed an image that would demand absolute obedience, they'd have to expend too much effort keeping them in line. This is what those four great families did best. They hid the truth, making them seem infallible when in reality they were weak. They had done it with the ranking system of the demons. Lionel wouldn't even be surprised if all the demons he and Aina had come across in that world weren't even worth ranking to the true demon empires of greater existence. They had done with force manipulation, not wanting talents to rise up and question their rule or their methods. Force manipulation was the way those without talent could rise up in the world and form methods of power for themselves. Keeping such methods hidden away was sinister beyond compare. They had done so with the various lineage factor tablets. If not for Lionel's bloodline, how could he have ever gotten his hands on the Emperor's of Might tablet? He did, though, get a small bit of satisfaction wondering how they had reacted to this sudden change. They had probably panicked when they learned that he had taken the tablet. But that wasn't something that he had to worry about for now. He knew how shameless those four great families could be, and he understood their methods quite well. It was probably because of their methods that they were in this situation to begin with. If they hadn't suppressed their populations for so long and with such great effort, would they need to rely on the breakthroughs of geniuses of incomplete worlds to help them out of their predicaments? But those fools probably didn't even see the error of their ways, and if they managed to survive this, they probably never would. So, old man, you finally decided to call and explain things to me? Emperor Fox looked down from the skies, his expression just the same as always. His eyes carried a hint of a confident smile, and he seemed unbothered by any and all things. Old man? What endearing term. So you don't want to kill me? These words didn't seem like they were exchanged between a grandson and grandfather at all. But since when was the relationship between these two anything like the norm? Kill you? I thought about it. But then I learned some things. Ah, so you know I could shatter your existence with a flick of my finger. It's good that you do. Lionel chuckled. Even if I knew that, it wouldn't matter. If I had the intent to kill you, I'd find a way. Maybe or maybe not. You're not the only intelligent being in all of existence. Don't mistake these rabble you've been playing around with and anyone worthy of your attention. That Cynthia character is passable, and yet she was already able to put you in quite a bad situation, don't you think? Lionel's brows raised before they relaxed. So it was her. Mother should have killed her already. She's needlessly, well, needy. Emperor Fox broke into an uproarious laughter. She did die. Unfortunately for you, she was revived. N/Ro Velben Lionel didn't seem too surprised by this. If he could resurrect seventh-dimensional existences of this world with impunity, then he was sure that someone could do the same with someone of the eighth, especially if a golden version of his silver tablet existed. Emperor Fox, though, shook his head. I'm afraid that you've misunderstood. Her resurrection wasn't at the hands of anyone. She simply returned because existence willed it. Lionel's gaze narrowed, but Emperor Fox only smiled as though he was satisfied with this explanation alone. Next time you meet her, I advise that you be careful. If you're as carefree and arrogant as you usually are, you'll suffer another loss. She might not necessarily need to scheme against you either. The strength she has will only grow exponentially from here on out, and I would be wary of that. Interesting. Emperor Fox smiled. You're no fun. Lionel clearly didn't have any intention of asking more questions, and that left Emperor Fox a bit helpless. Whether it was that son-in-law of his or this grandson of his, they were both so stubborn. But then again, wasn't he the same? Then, I guess as your grandfather I should tell you some things. You met the Pluto race, I take it? I have. Lionel nodded. Still confident, are we? It'll never lack that, Lionel said with a grin. Good. In this world, we humans might be lowly, but we have our own bite. Spoken like a true emperor. An emperor that will rule all humans one day and lead them up to the world of gods. Emperor Fox's voice was far softer now than it had been before, and yet the conviction made it ring loud. When Lionel heard this, he realized just how much he hadn't really cared about becoming a king in the past. The will in his grandfather's voice wasn't something that he had, at least not toward this matter. And maybe that was why Emperor Fox had just chuckled when Lionel challenged his throne. He had known from the very beginning that this wasn't the path his grandson yearned for. As you know by now, the Fox family was once far more powerful than it is now. We led true empires, and we were the only humans with the ability to stand shoulder to shoulder with the envoys of the god beasts. Unfortunately, we fell, and it wasn't because of the attacks of other races like you may or may not have guessed. Our downfall was far more sinister than that, as we fell to none other than our own kind. Feeling that the Fox were too powerful after the fall of the envoys, and that our existence would antagonize that of the other races too much, leading to the downfall of the human race. It was humans that shattered our foundations and orchestrated our downfall. Chapter 2333. Published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:08 and 29 seconds a.m. Chapter 2333. His fate if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2333. His fate. Lionel's eyes narrowed when he heard this. The implication wasn't far off from his assumptions, but it also wasn't that close either. After hearing about humans and some of the politics that decided things in wider existence, Lionel had always somewhat assumed that the Fox had fallen due to the combined efforts of other races. That might still be the case now, but it seemed that their part was more subtle and covert. But this also meant something else. Humans, at least the humans of back then, even without the envoys of the god beasts, weren't complete pushovers either. That meant quite a few things, whether that meant explaining why his grandfather was so cautious, or how he'd decide to take his next steps forward as well. The details of that matter aren't something you need to know. I'm sure in time you'll unearth them yourself, and we also don't have much time. Well, whose fault is that? Lionel asked. Emperor Fox chuckled. You're still saying that after learning how the dream plane works? Do you just spend your time spying on me, old man? And why not? Can a grandfather not pay some attention to his grandson? Why does it feel so gross when you say that? Like it's some sort of sick power play? It's not as though I chose who to be related to. You're a little too arrogant. Emperor Fox got a good laugh out of that. This grandson of his was indeed a little too sharp. It was a bit like that, though he doubted the current Lionel would understand why fully. That aside, I'm sure you understand that there's some things that are better kept to yourself. And there's also some things that you can't mention without alerting those who have the greatest karmic ties to the matter. If not for you making a sudden breakthrough in your dream force, I would have allowed you to leave here steeped in ignorance. But even if you have taken that step, it doesn't make you infallible. I still have to be cautious with what I can and cannot say. Lionel nodded slowly, understanding. He had already understood this, of course, but this grandfather of his loved his power plays. Since he realized that Lionel wouldn't go out of his way to ask questions of him, he instead made the decision to explain things clearly instead. It was a bit amusing, actually, because this was exactly how L. Ryan had reacted as well. Was his demeanor really that annoying? What I can tell you is that the human race of wider existence is separated into three main powers currently, all three of which you have met. Though, soon enough, it will likely be just two, as your father has cost one of them a devastating loss. Those three powers are the cult, the God Lens, and the Dream Pavilion. Lionel's gaze narrowed. The God Lens and the Dream Pavilion weren't too much of a surprise. It was more of a surprise that the four great families weren't among the listed, as it had seemed that the Dream Pavilion was beneath the four great families in the Cataclysm Zone. But beyond that, the cult was the most surprising. Wasn't one of its founders a demon? And wasn't another one born in an incomplete world? How was this one of the pillar powers of the human race? It didn't make any sense. Also, how did Shieldcross stars relate to all of this? Were they just the outward face of the three-finger cult after all? But his grandfather didn't say anything. It seemed that these details were among the few that he couldn't go into too deeply. That made sense. In the past, before he transformed his dream force and entered the impetus state, Lionel couldn't even think about the Demoness without sensing her eyes drift toward him. Of course, just the fact he could sense a hint of her attention to begin with went to show just how amazing his dream force affinity was, but it was still uncomfortable, feeling as though someone could take a look into your mind whenever they wanted. This aside, if they started talking about these details in earnest, Lionel wasn't yet strong enough to stave it off entirely. I cannot give you more details than this. The four great families are not to be trusted. The Dream Pavilion will never be as fragile as they seem. The Godlands are the most aligned with goals that you might describe as the greater good. The cult can be used, and your best chance at survival is the Dream Pavilion. Lionel blinked when he heard all of this. It felt like his grandfather was talking absolute nonsense. The four great families weren't to be trusted? Well, wasn't that obvious? It wasn't like he would come to them with hat in hand hopping for some handouts. If for no other reason than Aina, at the very least, the Brazinger family couldn't be allowed to continue to exist. The Dream Pavilion isn't fragile seemed like another obvious one. The Godlands were good. The cult could be used was another head-scratcher. And on top of that, if the Godlands were good, then why was his best chance for survival the Dream Pavilion instead? Hadn't King been the head of the Dream Pavilion? Shouldn't they be his greatest enemies? Wait, how'd he know that? Lionel's pupils constricted. This matter was far more complicated than he knew, and Fox was clearly driving that home. What will happen to this incomplete world? Lionel finally asked a question. I will be taking it with me, and you aren't asking me to go with you because you're an annoyance. Lionel's lip twitched. He knew that this wasn't the real answer, but shouldn't this old man be a bit more mature in this situation? Unbelievable. N-O/V E L/B dash I/N. I will be taking your grandmother and your mother with me. Lionel looked up and met his grandfather's eyes, then eventually nodded. He doubted his mother would be very happy about it, but he also doubted that she would get much of a choice in the matter too. He much preferred things to be like this. Your cousin, however, will be with you. Whether he lives or dies will be decided by his fate. Chapter 2334. Published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:08 and 28 seconds M. Chapter 2334. Again, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, Chapter 2334 again. Emperor Fox looked toward Lionel deeply, but couldn't quite read anything on his face. This grandson of his used to be an open book, but after just 10 years, he was already so closed off and guarded already. Such was the weight of existence. Nothing else to ask me? Lionel's lips curled. There's not much to say. My Gramps is a useless schmuck who can't even allow me the leisure of being a useless, second-generation, nouveau riche brat. I hope you feel ashamed." Emperor Fox was speechless for a moment before he burst into a fit of laughter. "Look at this guy, having the time of his life." Lionel shook his head. "At least give me some treasures." "What treasures could you possibly need? The Emperor's might lineage is already with you. That's already the most valuable thing I can give you. If you're cheap, just say so. Who are you trying to fool? You're not going to con me out of my wealth, brat. If a man can't make his own way, what worth does he have? You know, that's not very progressive of you to say, and quite sexist. If you had your balls snipped, just say that." Lionel didn't even know what to say to that. Wasn't this supposed to be a dignified emperor? Now he was talking about his grandson's balls? But Emperor Fox didn't seem to care as he stood his feet. His aura was quite imposing, and it was almost too easy for Lionel to forget, most because he didn't feel any of its pressure. He had no doubt that his grandfather was quite powerful, at the very least powerful enough to set out what he meant to do. By extension, Emperor Fox probably wanted him to go to the Dream Pavilion because it would help the old man in whatever endeavor he was trying to accomplish. Lionel still didn't know much about this grandfather of his, but he felt that he understood his personality well enough. He was a ruthless man, one with drive and purpose. There was nothing that could shake his resolve. Even that was his very own family. In fact, Lionel had no real certainty, but he was fairly certain that even getting married and having children was no more than a means to an end for Emperor Fox. As for whether that meant his grandfather was an enemy or not, Lionel didn't really know. At the very least, for now, he wasn't. Lionel looked away from his grandfather and toward the tall ceilings of the palace. He guessed that he wanted to see more of the world, and while he was at it, he would conveniently destroy all those that had forced the hand of his father. The Dream Pavilion was the best chance of him surviving. So what? King might be dead, but he didn't believe for a moment that he was the only one responsible. The goblins were on the side of good. So what? Who knew what they had done for the greater good, how many sacrifices they had allowed, how many good people they had allowed to fall, all for the sake of their own visions. The four great families weren't to be trusted. Good enough. He would just make it so that no one could make that mistake again. As for the cult, that grandmother of his would get what was coming to her. It might not be in a year, it might not even be in 10 or 100, but one day he would look down with that same sick, twisted smile as she watched her efforts be wasted. Lionel looked back down to find that his grandfather was standing right before him, barely 2 feet. He realized that his grandfather was actually quite tall, an inch taller than even himself, who was already 69 inch, and yet he didn't emit that sort of perception until it was too late. A finger tapped Lionel's forehead before he could react, and a bomb seemed to go off within him. His mind went entirely blank. When Lionel regained his senses, he found himself standing in a bubble. Outside the bubble, there was nothing but a vast blackness, until there wasn't. One after another, more bubbles began to appear, each one with a different person within. What the hell happened? Lionel felt that he had lost several hours of time. His ability index was sharp, and his comprehension of his body was great. Just by checking the energy levels of his cells, he could tell how long he had been unconscious. It was more than half a day. As for where he was, he thought he had a pretty good guess as well. This place was the selection. The event had begun already, and he didn't even have time to properly prepare. He looked down at himself, and he was wearing the same clothing. His fingers still had Anastasia on it, at least, which was the first sign of good news. But even so, just what had happened? What did that old man do to him? HM? Lionel's body timer clicked again. This time, it wasn't that the time was too long, but rather the exact opposite. How had he gone through so many thoughts and scenarios in such a short time? His speed of thought was almost 3 times faster than he remembered it being. Inside his body, he even felt like there was another realm within. Inside, there was a man in a lack of blood, surrounded by broken chains. And yet he was moving at all. What the heat? Lionel's thoughts were cut off again as his bubble began to move with lightning quickness, rushing through the bounds of reality alongside the others near him until they all suddenly popped at once and they were flung through the stars. Is it that? Lionel thought. Aina had mentioned his father had a seal of sorts on his mind. Had his grandfather lifted it? Or was it something else? Shit. In OVLBNL found himself tumbling through the skies. But worse than that, looking down at himself, he was truly at a loss for words as those that fell from the popped bubbles alongside him suddenly began to charge up their attacks. Why was he in the fifth dimension again? Chapter 2335. Published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:08 and 27 seconds a.m. Chapter 2335. True Sailor, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2335. True Sailor Lionel didn't know how to react to this immediately. He even assumed that his grandfather had screwed him over for a moment before he tossed that train of thought away. Unless Emperor Fox had stolen his progress, what good did it do him to harm Lionel in this way? It was possible that he wanted to use Lionel as a scapegoat, but that was such a stupid idea that Lionel couldn't even quite take it seriously. He refused to believe that there was anyone in his lineage that stupid, least of all his grandfather, who had a decent opinion of. Plus, even with his original power, even he wouldn't say with 100% certainty that this selection event would be a breeze. He had met those geniuses of the other incomplete worlds during his spear domain trial, and they were all so powerful even though they couldn't use their various race-related abilities. And those were just the spear domain geniuses. What about the other domain ring geniuses? Or what about the geniuses that didn't rely on the domain rings at all? They definitely weren't to be underestimated, which was why Lionel had wanted to have time to prepare, and yet he hadn't been given that grace at all. Damned old man. In addition, if the seal on him had been undone, how could he be weaker? His speed of thought was so much faster as well, and he felt that everything was still in the palm of his hands. Maybe I should deal with this situation first. Lionel looked toward the attacks coming toward him and shook his head. These people were weak, pathetically so. He understood, though. Even if there were some of the incomplete worlds that would be absolute monsters, the law of averages still applied. For there to be a few monsters, there would have to be quite a number of garbage dumps for wider existence to have the poor opinions of incomplete worlds that they did. That meant that the vast majority of those thrown into this life-death battle would be like the weaklings of the human domain who couldn't even make it into the Void Palace. The only reason that they had attacked him so boldly was because they sensed that he was only in the fifth dimension and thought that he was an easy target. He somewhat lazily stretched out a finger, ready to blast a hole through them all with a strand of spear force. But for them to be so eager to kill me, could there be some sort of point system? I wouldn't even know about such rules because of that damned old man. Maybe I should keep one of them alive just to ask. Lionel readied his attack, and then his expression changed. Son of bang. Lionel was consumed by the attacks on all sides. I killed him. All of you scram. One of the experts barked as a tally appeared above his head before blinking out. However, none of the others even paid him any heed. Just now, they had all gained somewhat of an understanding of each other's attack strength, and no one was far above the other. Lionel had been right. There was indeed a point system that tallied kills, and just now, above the head of the one that had just barked out these orders, a young man with horns that ran from his nose to the very top of his head and back down his spine, a flashing one had appeared. However, this was just one of the benefits of a kill. Every kill would net you a +1, not to mention the kill count of the one you had slaughtered, except for those so-called seated participants. But the true boon would be what was left behind after the death of the person. Somehow, the gods that had sent them here had the ability to turn the participants into quasi-invalid type existences. N/OV-EL-B1. And when invalids were killed, their strength was turned into motes of light, and those motes of light would, in turn, strengthen the one that had killed them. Usually, it was said that this was a way to balance out the creation of new worlds. The newer the world, the more invalids there would be, and thus the faster the progress of the world. This would make it so that those that had just survived would be able to somewhat compete with the other fourth-dimensional world around them and not be immediately swallowed up. At least, this was what those of the various incomplete worlds had spread as the truth. Either way, these gods were able to convert even humans in the same way, and that gave them all a chance to benefit. The difference was that the person that had landed the kill wouldn't immediately benefit from their kill. So why would they listen to this horned young man's barks? They all landed on the ground heavily, some in sorrier states than others. They all warily looked toward one another, no one willing to make a move. That was until one of them suddenly felt that something was off. This young woman, with skin the color of caramel and eyes as bright as pink diamonds, felt her heart shake. She had a sensory type ability index, and the only reason she didn't run immediately was because doing so when no one else was would draw undue attention to herself. It would be easier if she watched them fight it out and then slipped away in the chaos. She was sharp. That was why she noticed that there wasn't just one person that was missing among their large group of just over a dozen. There were two. The smoke cleared in the dry landscape, and soon they saw two corpses laying on the ground, one face down and the other looking up at the skies, wide-eyed as though he had died with unwillingness. But then this second corpse began to move, curse words flying from his mouth like a true sailor. Chapter 2336. Published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:09 and 18 seconds a.m. Chapter 2336. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2336. Don't let me find you. Lionel kicked the corpse that was beside him away, the curse words still flying from his mouth. This was unbelievable, truly unbelievable. Right when he was about to attack, to kill all of these people at once, he felt a heart-rending pain tear through him. The last time he had felt that kind of pain, it was back when his bow force had progressed to the 6th dimension while he was still in the 5th. Ironically, he was once again in the 5th dimension, but now whether it was his bow force or his spear force, both were in the 7th dimension. The worst part was that they weren't just in the 7th dimension, but each one was just a step away from the impetus state, making the gap between himself and his forces so wide that even trying to gather them up had almost shredded him apart. In the past, at the very least, he could squeeze out a bow strike or two and come out of it with nothing worse than some fatigue. But now he had quite literally felt that his body was about to be shredded apart. It only made it worse that he hadn't taken out his spear and had instead tried to use his fingers as a replacement. All the nodal pathways in his right arm had practically been shredded to pieces, and it hung limply to his side. He had no choice but to use his left arm to prop himself up, his curses still flying without the slightest hint that it might come to a stop anytime soon. If this alone was the issue, he could still deal with it. It was acceptable enough. At the very least, the chance to return to the 5th dimension was worthwhile, at least in some respects, especially since his comprehension was all still very much intact. The issue was that this had clearly not come without a price. Firstly, his Scarlet Star innate nodes were currently both very much dormant, as though all the energy had been sapped out of it. Secondly, his King's Might lineage factor was likewise dormant. His mind had been powerful for long enough to see the changes that each one of his lineage factors had caused to his body, and the cells that made up the King's Might lineage factor were all dimmed, as though the energy that made them up had been sucked dry. Thirdly, his metal body. Lionel looked at himself, wanting to cry, and yet having no tears to shed. If his metal body was still as powerful as it had been in the past, none of this would have been an issue. He would still be able to forcefully use his force comprehension without losing out in the slightest. But his metal body had been completely and utterly drained. He didn't even have a 4th-dimensional body anymore. Had he let those strikes hit him, he would have died 10 times over. Absolutely unbelievable. Lionel understood why these things were happening. He remembered Wise Star Order complaining in the past about how he wished he hadn't entered the 7th dimension so soon, and somehow Lionel got the ability to return to the 5th. However, Having the chance to return most definitely wouldn't come without a price, and his sacrifice was likely much of the foundation that he had built up until now. The only things that remained by his side seemed to be his Northern Star lineage factors and his Spear Domain lineage factor, or rather, the Spear aspects of his now-fused Moralis lineage factor, but it was still a depressing sight to behold. The youths around Lionel didn't know what to say. They didn't know how or when he had grabbed one of them to be a scapegoat for their attack, and that left the smarter ones among them on edge. But if everyone was smart, no one would be. Seeing that there was a corpse with energies to absorb and a second injured fifth-dimensional existence that could be seen as an easy kill, at least half the group rushed forward, the other half frowning as they chose to observe the situation for longer. Lionel didn't seem to see them at all as he continued to curse, his unhappiness clear and obvious on his face. The stupid among them even thought that he was only reacting to his imminent death. But just when the horned young man reached him, grabbing for his head to shatter him at once, Lionel's body crumbled into countless motes of light, causing the youth to swing at air. He only had time to frown before his eyes opened wide as the world began to spin around him. Why was the world spinning? And why was he looking at his headless corpse? Lionel flickered with his every step. His power was weaker, but his skill was impossibly far beyond these people. Even if he couldn't use his spear force, the comprehension of the spear that he had achieved, just by raising it to the level, he had made him akin to a spear master amidst a flock of toddlers. At the same time, even if he couldn't use his body as a conduit for his force, did he not still have his mage core? And did he not also still have his mind and his ability index? These people might as well have been moving through quicksand, their movements so slow and easy to track that Lionel could think of dozens of ways to kill them before they landed even a single strike. When he finally lowered his spear, not even 3 seconds had passed, and yet a forest of headless corpses stood before him before slowly tumbling to the ground. The world seemed to fall into silence, the only noise the sound of Lionel's curses. "I swear to God, old man, don't let me find you." The instant he said this, he flickered again, appearing amidst those that hadn't moved. They tried to run, but what good was it? The pink-eyed girl closed her eyes, seemingly having accepted her fate when she felt something ice-cold press against her neck. Chapter 2337. Published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:09 and 18 seconds a.m. Chapter 2337. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 2337. How bold Lionel looked down at the girl. Even in his enraged state, he had noticed the actions of this young woman before. His connection to the dream plane had been cut off in this place, but he could still read people's intentions with far sharper intent than most could. Knowing this, he targeted this woman because she seemed smart. She would likely know about the stuff he had missed out on. "Open your eyes." The pink-eyed young woman trembled and bit her tongue. But after a moment, she opened them, a hint of resolution within. She was indeed sharp. Among those that Lionel had killed, there were 2 women who were conventionally more attractive than she was. If Lionel wanted to do that kind of thing, she wouldn't have been his first choice. He didn't seem like the type to use women in that way. He would sooner kill them so that they wouldn't be a burden. Though it was possible he found her to be a bit exotic due to her oddly colored eyes, this was a small percentage chance that she didn't place more than a 3 or so percentage chance upon. There was another important matter as well. The way Lionel fought, the look in his eyes when he swung his spear, it was all precise, cold, and calculating. He probably had a sensory type ability index, much like her own, and as such, he probably felt that she was useful to him for something. But it was odd. It didn't make sense for Lionel to need another sensory ability if he had one of her own, but judging by that old man he was cursing, maybe he hadn't come here of his own will, and, as such, didn't know the rules? Lionel hadn't made any attempt to absorb the energies around him, so that made sense. He suddenly smiled. "You're clever." "Good. I don't want to waste my time talking too much. Tell me the rules of this place. Don't hold anything back, or else he'll know. If you satisfy me, I don't mind letting you go." Yes, she nodded quickly, only stopping after she realized Lionel's spear was still pressed to her neck, and she had nearly cut herself. It seemed that even she was a bit flustered in the face of death. Right. She adjusted her mental state. This selection of the gods seems to be divided into rounds. They haven't told us what the next rounds entail, but this one is a point-based system, and it also seems to be an opportunity. You get points by killing those around you, and everyone is worth the same amount of points aside from the seeded participants. Killing a seed participant doesn't net you points, but it nets you their position as a selected seed. In addition, when you kill those around you, you gain a chance to absorb their energies as well. These energies will be a combination of insights and raw strength. It can be either used to push your tiers upward, or you can gain insights on a force that your enemy understands better than yourself. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Was that possible? He didn't believe it for a second. If the likes of L. Ryan didn't dare to have more than one innate node, which was essentially a hack toward comprehension, how could you just take insights from others? In fact, L. Ryan had implied that it was bad even to create innate nodes yourself. The gods clearly had a method of forming innate nodes naturally, but they advised against doing so. And on a ladder of trouble, stealing an innate node was even worse, making your future path even more difficult. Lionel didn't believe that the likes of the vast bubble had a method to circumvent these problems. In fact, if his deductions were correct, this method of refining people down into their force insights was likely just a crude method of the god race's ability to create innate nodes from scratch for their descendants. One method was perfect and yet inadvisable to use. So how much worse would the imperfect method be? Lionel sneered inwardly. This was clearly another scheme by the great families. They wanted their pawns to be strong and also use this opportunity to get stronger, but in line with their usual history, they didn't want them to get too much stronger. If Lionel was correct, they wanted the best among them to become extremely powerful within the 8th dimension, but never be able to become powerful among the 9th dimensional experts. And the worst part was that the method was so subtle that even when the day came that their potential ran dry, they wouldn't even think to link it back to this occurrence, making them remain loyal to those families just for a hope of maybe one day breaking through. It was a clever scheme indeed. The pink-eyed beauty felt her heart skip a beat when she looked into Lionel's eyes. She found it almost impossible to read anything from this young man, but she could still tell that he knew more than he was letting on. She felt like she had to keep talking. Maybe if she proved herself useful enough, she could stay with Lionel. After all, she doubted that only Lionel would be this point. Just how vast was the cosmos? How could she just so happen to stumble onto the only monster participating? Lionel didn't even seem to be a seeded participant. How much more powerful were they? The seeded participants, if you don't know, are the existences that have the backing of their entire world. They were unanimously nominated by their people to lead their batch. You likely don't have a seed participant, because one of the benefits of being a seeded participant is spawning with the selected geniuses of your world. In addition, you'll always be able to sense your seeded participant no matter where you go, so you can go off to look for opportunities and always meet back together. Lionel raised his eyebrow. Oh, so is that what that feeling was? Lionel chuckled inwardly. The dimensional verse had chosen a seeded participant, and it actually wasn't him? How bold of them. The pink-eyed young woman looked toward Lionel with confusion. What he said didn't make sense. How could Lionel sense a seeded participant, and yet not have spawned with them? Chapter 2338. Published at 22nd of November, 2023, 5:09 and 19 seconds a.m. Chapter 2338. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 2338. Dimensional Eyes. Lionel didn't know what happened to him in the last half day, but he found this result to be quite amusing. It wasn't that he was so eager to become a seeded participant, but it was rather that he really couldn't imagine why the dimensional verse would pick anyone but him. The human domain might not know, but how could the other races not understand the level of strength he had access to? He had massacred them down to practically their last few descendants. How was there anyone in their younger generation a better pick? Of course, one could argue that was the very reason they didn't pick him, but he didn't believe that that was a good enough reason. That was because they should know the rules just like this little pink-eyed woman should. What did they think he would do if they stonewalled him out of fear of his massacring them again? According to what this little woman said, they should know that he would spawn with them. Why would they put another one of their geniuses in the line of fire by risking the chance of enraging him? Seated participant places could be taken through killing, so only a fool would think that it was safe. Plus, they knew little to nothing about Lionel's power. They didn't know that he could only use it for a limited time, nor did they know that he had sworn off using it to scorn that woman. That meant, from their perspective, he had actually spared quite a number of them. He had massacred the Beast Domain and the Nomad Domain, but he had spared the juniors of the Nomad Domain mostly due to his uncle's interference, and he had also not even touched the Dwarven Domain, the Spirituals Domain, or even the Rapax Domain. On the surface, then, it seemed illogical for them to even think about picking Lionel. But if you had even a modicum of critical thinking skills, you would realize that it was absolutely foolish for them to not. If anything, they were putting themselves at risk of his ire. That meant that there were only two possibilities, maybe three. The first was the most obvious. Since he had appeared here, that meant that he hadn't been present for whatever gathering of the minds they had had, or maybe he had even been unconscious for it. In addition, his power had clearly seemed to have plummeted, so if they had seen him unconscious, they would have definitely never thought him to still be powerful enough to do anything. Of course, they were wrong, but it was still semi-reasonable. The second was that he had never been there in the first place. Something his grandfather had done had displaced him from the dimensional verse, and that should also be why he hadn't appeared near the others. That would be the best explanation for what was going on. So, with him gone, there were two, maybe actually three, that were potentially worthy of becoming a seated participant. So it made sense that they would pick someone else if one of them managed to show some promise that cleared the others. Of course, the three Lionel was talking about was that Rapax egg he had saved all those years ago, that nomad youth who had been part of the attack on the Void battlefield, and finally, that spiritual youth he had seen in the Bao Domain Tower who wielded the Bao Domain ring. Lionel had already met all three of them under various circumstances. The Rapax, even as an egg, exuded quite the powerful aura. Lionel had a feeling that the fact that it was a Shadow Sovereign might even be the least of their strength. The Nomad Youth was the one he knew the least about, and probably also the one with the greatest grudge against Lionel considering he had genocided his race. If he had become the seated participant, Lionel doubted that the humans would have a very cold time at all. A flash of coldness came across Lionel's eyes before he shook his head. He guessed that this was what they called the consequences of one's actions, but that didn't mean that he would allow that nomad youth, Prince Gregwin, to do as he pleased. The last was the spiritual's youth. Lionel could still remember his aura quite firmly, and he was very powerful. But the current Lionel didn't feel the need to take him too seriously. The real question was if anything had changed since he saw him last. Lionel looked up from his thoughts. Anything else? Lionel asked. All right. They said that whoever manages to retain the seated participant title at the end of everything will gain the right to choose with the gods' factions they join. The others will have to hope that they are selected, and those unworthy will become slaves. And I assume that means a single world can have more than one seated participant, then? Yes, that was implied. The little woman nodded. Lionel smiled. This woman was indeed interesting. She looked like a nervous wreck, but when it came to her deductions, she was fully confident in them. Lionel didn't believe that her true personality was one that was so reserved, but rather something that she had adopted so that she could seem as non-threatening as possible. Tell me, then, where do you come from? The little woman seemed to have expected this question and already had a response ready. I come from the dimensional eyes, incomplete world. We focus heavily on ocular techniques, but we are also very divided. Many of us only form our nodes above the neck, so our bodies are relatively weak, but our senses and skills are excellent. I can be considered to be above average in my cohort, but my family's legacy, the opaque radiance lineage, has been cut off and only a few remain. My dimensional eyes give me the ability to remain calm, even when I'm not, and it also enhances my speed of thought and vision. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.